What's up, you gorgeous gamers? It's Puckett back here with you Twitch chat, and I just wanted to give you a quick update. We are talking with our admins, and they, of course, are still discussing things with the teams. You may have seen a bunch of stuff on social media, but this match is not done. It is not in the books quite yet. We will get that official ruling to you as soon as we have it. Once again, we apologize for the delay, and we'll continue with the Call of Duty League as soon as we can.
This place has a way of changing you.
These aren't accidents. They're all connected somehow.
PlayStation.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back into the studio. Chris Bucket alongside Alley Cat and Nameless. And I have a quick message here from our Comp Ops team. This is the official ruling, so thank you for your patience. This is what went down. There was a bug at the end of round 5 of Control. Due to the bug, the Minnesota player couldn't do anything, so the official ruling was to replay the round. Now, Optic opted not to participate, so Minnesota wins that round and the map. So that was your Game 3 done. After that, Optic also elected not to continue the match. So this is Minnesota's win. So what that means is now after 2 matches in the CDL to kick off the season, Boston Breach and Minnesota Rocker are sitting at 1-0. We have Atlanta FaZe and Optic at 0-1, and we're about to see another juggernaut face off against another underdog. The Vegas, yes, that's right, no longer the Paris, the Vegas Legion are taking on the LA Thieves. This was the matchup Allie called to be the series of the day, potentially the closest or a huge blowout. Allie, why do you think this could be close, though?
Again, I think it's because, again, Vegas Legion have so much to prove, and also because of Temp. Temp last year still managed to keep himself in like the top 10 overall KDs, despite being on a team that just could not pull out a win. It was like unfortunate loss after unfortunate loss, and now he has some serious players on his side with TJ, who also has a lot to prove, a player that is often overlooked in the likes of his playstyle in his previous lives on Optic Texas and on the Boston Breach. So to these players, a lot to go for, as well as Clayster on this Vegas Legion, that's going to be mouthful. Vegas Legion squad. Clay has been talking about how excited he is heading into this game, and I mean, look, oh wow, yeah, he's getting warmed up.
And then talking about Vegas for a second, you know we always talk about Scump's last dance? Yeah. This could be Clay's last dance as well this year. You know, this guy's up there.
And here's what he had to say, taking to social media before the league kicked off. The man was excited. I have been a fan of Clayster since I first saw him playing for United Gaming and Black Ops 2. He had a ponytail. He was rocking rec specs. Did not look like the legend that you have in front of you today. today. He's been one of the OGs who's still in the game, and he said at the age of 30, Nameless, he was waking up with butterflies in his stomach. That's how excited he is to play today. What is it about this game, or is it just that first day of a new season each time?
It's that first day of the new season, man. And like Clay, he's just unique. The guy goes down to challengers, and you would think that'd be the end of you. 30 years old, going down to challengers, like not wanting to fight back out. We've seen it to so many of the old school legends. Clay fights his way back out, gets his spot on a starting roster. And guess what? From scrims, I've watched plenty of Vegas Legion. They look fantastic. They look great in this game. A definite step up from the last roster they had last year. So, you know, Allie might be right. We might have a banger on our hands.
I'm watching Clayster, man. The man used to post up in that AR, that anchor role. That was dominant in the traditional CODs. This one can play out the same way, potentially. We'll see. Let's jump into the big news, though. That's, of course, going to be the maps and modes we're going to see for this series. And, of course, we got to talk about our LA Thieves crew because they're coming in with the rings on their fingers. LA Thieves, they're the favorite in this series. How do the maps play out for them, Nameless?
I mean, well, we got Hotel 3 times. So, I mean, I think that's going to be the fan favorite map this year in this game. We haven't seen it yet today, so that'll definitely be interesting. But, I mean, looking at these hard points, Mercado is one where you also spawn in on a blender, depending on if you spawn on that tin side. The other team gets the horizontal spawn that sets you up for P2 as well. So other than that, I mean, this series should be really interesting. I'm looking at the respawns out of Paris, a team that we're not typically expecting to be, or Vegas, excuse me, to be a good respawn team. I think this team will be solid at this time.
Do we have a private talent chat that is just keeping track of how many times we say Paris Legion?
We'll get used to it.
That's one for Nameless. Put it in there officially. All right, Allie, we're getting into this series. You told me that Legion has a chance to cause the upset.
Yeah.
Do they do it in 5? Do they do it in 4? Or do they need to get a hot 3-0 over the Thieves on day 1?
I'm gonna say 4 or 5. If they did it in 3, I'd be much more impressed than going into this. But I assume a little bit of a 4 or 5. Again, we are talking about the LA Thieves, the back-to-back champs from last year in a game that nobody thought being consistent in was possible, other than when you are the Atlanta FaZe placing second. Well, the LA Thieves did back-to-back to go for world championships, so they're defending champs as well. And this should be an easy matchup for them, right? They're going against the Vegas Legion, who had a very unsettling last year, to where we made a lot of jokes and memes about it. So this should be an easy series for them, and they do have the chemistry on their side as well, going against the Vegas Legion roster, who has been hot potatoing their roster for the past two games.
Good to see Temp up there in the top left. You got Clayster in the top right. Bottom left, though, I'm putting the spotlight on TJ today.
Yeah.
I feel like he knows there's a lot of pressure on him, a lot of eyes on him. Can he still hang? Used to be one of the best. You've always been considered a search and destroy mastermind. You got to show it against the best team in the game. LA Thieves, we haven't shown their roster. We haven't talked about this squad. It's time to give them their flowers. Nameless. Why do we love this team so much?
I mean, they fought back from what was like a tough season in the middle. They went through an entire split bucket without getting a win in the online qualifying stage, starting immediately in the losers bracket. These guys, the entire community was asking for them to make a roster swap. Well, they make a role swap. They bring in another coach. You know, this organization really believed in these players and gave them the tools to win, and they did it.
Game is ready to go. We're starting things off on Hotel Hardpoint, and we send it over to 2 of my favorite Brits. We got Brycey and the great Tunny on the line. How you doing, Tun?
I'm good, Pucker. It's nice to hear your voice again. And you know what? I've missed you a lot. I missed all the guys. And I'm very excited to be alongside my good friend Bryce Tackler. Brycey, mate. We're back amongst it. Quite strange circumstances, has to be said, but here we are.
It certainly is. Well, let's hope that this game is every bit of interesting, but in much more positive ways as we jump straight into the Legion versus the Thieves. And 2 tales actually coming on from these 2 teams. Obviously, Vegas trying to kind of rebuild and rename themselves, and Thieves rolling high off the championship.
Yeah, look, we've heard a lot of talk about Vegas. We've seen a lot ourselves of how well they have actually been playing in the current preseason, seeing how things have been going in scrims, etc., and things have been looking pretty good. But going up against Thieves, they're a team I haven't seen too much of. I'm interested to see what they're going to bring, but you would expect high levels. Thinking about Hotel, though, thinking about map number 1 here, looking towards where Vegas Legion are spawning, heading over towards the lobby side. You're on the perfect side if you want to be locking in P2. We talked about Hardpoint quite a lot already, though, Bryce. 60s. Rotations are absolutely everything, and it is going to be Vegas Legion who have the one over towards P2.
They have, and currently they are set up ready for this one. You can see Thieves trying to find a get through. Prologue, Nade going out. He knows somebody's going to be there. Envoy dives across. So does Draza. That's going to be called out to his teammate. Octane may chow this to give his teammates a little bit of energy to come through, but it's still a lock-in from the Legion.
Yeah, not a terrible spawn for them over towards Jewel either. They can keep trying to push from the back, so this is a good route through if you can get it, but the guns are up here for the side of Vegas Legion. Kenny's the one to break. Envoy finds a kill towards the front here, so it's a good potential for LA to find a break, and there it is. Spawn still coming in though for the Vegas Legion towards the back. It's going to be a firefight still as the spawn's coming in over towards the far side.
That's a huge retake from Thieves. Only 30 seconds left. They can grab it, but Kenny is gunning. That's a 4th streak for him straight away. And now they're looking for this rotation already, flooding out, taking away so many points from Vegas there. And now just trying to compound this issue. Keep an eye on this minimap, by the way. One of the things we have noticed in this game is that if you chain a couple of hard points back to back, it puts you in a great position to walk away with a game. And you can see now both these two teams really throwing down in Diner. Vegas didn't get in a lot on that last hard point. This time they'll want to break themselves.
I mean, Thieves spawning them towards the back from Hotel in the car park is just ultimately being the dagger for what is Kitchen. This is one of the biggest hills on the map in terms of being able to put up a good amount of points. One of the biggest money hills on the game. And right now, Thieves are not in the best of positions. They've allowed a little couple of breakthroughs to come and do through the pantry. TJ will find 2. And it's only Kenny left. It's a superb break from Legion, who were in a terrible spot there, but they managed to get away with it.
Gotta be careful. Bit of a pinch coming through, and you can see the LA Thieves are waiting for it. They are waiting for the players to be in position, though, but Tem's already got one. TJ's got another. And now Kenny's looking for the kill, trying to redeem something here from it, but probably will pick up 2. And now we are off to the rotation. They may try and get a little bit of scrap time here, or at least demand that they don't get everything from it. But the Thieves are not fast on this rotation.
Yeah, that last rotation was good from them, getting over towards Kitchen, but you got to be able to hold it. They never got themselves set up, and Legion took advantage of that. But if you're Thieves, you're walking away from that one probably a little bit disappointed. Raza now towards the back, trying to help his team break. This spawn starting to come in towards lobby for the side of Thieves. Can they find the break over towards the test? TJ is there. TJ is dead. And now Thieves have a collapsible opportunity.
Trying to just get this kill coming through, but Prolo eventually gets him, but Kenny will pick it up. But Thieves have found their way into this one, and with the setup they currently have, it will be a difficult break for them. Playster looking for Envoy, not able to quite find him in there in the end. But kill's still going down for Vegas, but can they get the bodies in position yet? I don't think they're going to worry too much about this. This will be about the rotation, Ton.
Yep, it's all about the rotation. A lot of the teams, when you see it coming up to 20, 30 seconds, even earlier, they are going to be thinking of that rotation at all times. Vegas are going to just get a few more points on the board there before being wiped off the board, but themselves will now go over towards the Diner. And I like this setup that they've got going on here. Somebody over towards Jewel. That's going to be Temp setting himself up. Placed that in mid-map, forcing the issue for Thieves. They've got to get through a couple of waves before they get anywhere near the hill.
Clayster furiously backpedaling. They're going to know he's here somewhere. They're looking for him. The next hill is set up as well. Clayster holds one, but Octane will eventually get his trade. And now the pressure coming on. You can see the Thieves are trying to get into this point. They're around carpet. They're looking for an entry into Diner. And at the moment, they're holding them off, but Envoy manages to Octane finds a third, and it's just Prolo left, and he's gunned down. And the Thieves crack this hard point open again. We've said rotations could be key, but so far, it hasn't been the case. On Hotel, the teams are breaking time and time again.
Yeah, it's kind of going outside of the mold that we kind of have come to expect when it comes to this map, but both teams getting those rotations locked in, but only momentarily. And usually when you go into break Diner, a pinch is where you go. You try break somebody through kitchen, and then you push through carpets as well. But in that case, it was just 4 men through the front door from the Thieves. The firepower really showing itself off there as we now head over towards P6. It's not the most amount of hills we got on the map. We may well see that in map number 4 with Mikado. Close that towards the back, dropping off. Not what you want to see happen. And the push through kitchens are going to start coming in here for the side of Thieves. It's not an easy one, though. Once again, Legion, not in a bad spot to pick up some time here.
It isn't, and this can be a bit of a tricky hill. At the moment, you can see the Legion are being pushed back over and over again as the Thieves come marching in. And they have managed to take this away from them. Vegas probably thought they had that unlocked with the setup, but the small crack showed. And now it's the other way. LA Thieves trying to hold against Vegas. Draza and Octane picking up 2 already. There is a fight going down on the hill. Clayster gets it, but instantly traded down. Just not enough bodies for him to convert.
7 in a row from Octane here. Starting to heat up after what was a momentary slow start for the side of Thieves. But this is good time now. This is for the first time, really, that we've seen a good amount of time locked down by one of these teams on these hills. I mean, we had so much promise of, you know, these rotations coming in. It's all about locking down these hills. You can get good time on them. We've really seen a lot of these hills split until that final 6th one as we head into the second rotation now. It is going to be now Draza fighting for the spawns over towards P2. You want to be spawning the side, still there for the side of Legion, though.
So for Vegas, they'll be just trying to keep this as neutral as possible while holding these spawns. You can already see they've spawned out towards the escalator. That's not where they want to be. They want to try and wrap back and make sure that when P2 comes up, they're in a position and keep this neutral. That's what they are trying to do on the minimap. Both teams, you can see, just posturing for position around it, neither committing. And already, the LA Thieves are trying to make their way around. They'll push straight through Dine around to this and see if they can get a spawn themselves. Envoy making a big kill. Looks for Temp, doesn't find him in the end, and now goes through. LA Thieves may have found it here with Envoy.
Still going to hold the spawns, though. They still have somebody there. Proloot does have his teammates spawning over towards the Spa side, so it's going to be a foot race to help Proloot as quickly as he can. The Legion forfeiting a lot of time over towards P1 there, then picking up the scrap. So now Thieves know to go because there's players on the scrap. They're going to hit this full force.
Proloot. Huge kills, huge kills. Oh my God, that's the 3. But there is a player. Keep an eye on the minimap. Kenny has found a small gap. He is behind them. They're waiting. He wants to pinch. He needs his teammates to make some kills, but at the moment, Thieves aren't making any. His teammates going to spawn up with him as well. Draza is now around the back. They have to swing in. The Thieves are primed. They are ready. Kenny makes the first kill. Tim has to turn around. Draza gets another. And it's unbelievable collapse for them in the end here. Let's find out what's happening in the Vegas camp with a listening.
I'm in the back. Blue draws. Blue and one's on your right. All right, there, let's go. I have blue. I picked up Sean blue. Nothing hotel. Let's try and row. Looking left. I can get the scrap. All right, row middle. I think mid. Con. Big break here, guys. Come on. I'm looking at you, looking con. What's left side flat? Left side flat. One shot left side plat, one peek from Dub. He's Dub side. Dub. I'm one shot. He's Dub.
One is side hitch Raza, and one was
he was Dub holding me in.
Only down 30, one break. I can bump you.
Back middle arch, top cat C1, one back courtyard.
Okay, we can break this one.
C1 got me, bro. I think one's one somewhere. He's shot cat. He's shot cat.
Another one back to court. Back right. Back kitchen. I saw him go back kitchen.
Where's in the front?
He's side door on me.
Hey, one's push out one.
Got him.
One. Stun. Someone done.
Nice, good shit. I'm shot C2.
Down
C2.
I'll see him on side door.
Laying out side door.
Another one corner. You guys back to the plate. Yo,
I'm praying beside. Look the back.
I have the back. That's one.
I think he's connector. I think I heard back.
Vegas remaining positive in a very dangerous position as they are dancing around the kitchen. And this has still blown open. Vegas already now going for this rotation as well. Thieves cannot win it here. And I will say, in the comms, a lot more positive from the Legion than we heard last year already. It will be broken, but that is not the game.
Now, damn, boys, can I get a setup? Not a single decent hold over towards Kitchen from either team. Thieves are going to be the beneficiary, but they very much could have won it there. Heading now over towards P4, though. This is where Legion can get themselves well and truly back into this game. Thieves now setting up over towards the dual side. Here comes the push. TJ has such an important job to do. Can he find anything? He cannot. It's a good start from the Thieves to try and break this.
They're worried. They're a little bit worried. They don't want to give a second away here. They know they can't win it anyway. But just a little bit of pre-aim coming in from all these players. Envoy's going to get another player going down as well. Draza is sitting here waiting for him, but Temp bounces and gets him. Envoy and Octane, though, combined, but it will be a flip, and they're going to know this. Clayster comes in with a save. Octane trying to get around the corner. He's been so influential this game, and this is all on Thieves. Vegas have to go.
They have to go now, and they have to think about the rotation as well. 3 seconds, you've got to get inside the hill, but Thieves, when it matters, lock it down. It may have been a strange game on Greenberg Hotel, but that was one that was eventually won by the Thieves. We talk about rotations being important. The setups were not necessarily there through the majority for either team, but Thieves, eventually, the efficiency comes through, and that is championship breed play towards the end. A fantastic break, and they take map number 1, Brycey. And that was back and forth all the way through.
It certainly was. They turned up the tempo in the hotel and really went at it back and forth. There were many times I thought full 60s could come in, but neither team really resting on it at any point. And I got to say, a big performance out of the Legion. You got to remember the context coming into this one. Last season, Legion only won 4 games, and LA were our back-to-back Major 4 and championship winners. So this should have looked like a little bit of a one-sided game, but the Legion have rebuilt. They've even moved continents to come into this, and I will say the team is looking pretty good. A couple of changes here and there, and that could have gone the other way.
Yeah, I think both teams will be looking at that one and sort of saying to ourselves that we fumbled on a couple of occasions. There was definitely some situations on this map, and you talk about full 60s. It is one of those maps that, you know, you can break on, but we've seen a lot of breaks, and that's kind of unexpected. I don't know if teams are maybe, you know, just adapting to where the pushes should come from, or the setup's not quite there yet on the same breadth as that. But yeah, a bit of a strange one. I think Legion will be disappointed, and teams will probably say it themselves, that could have been a little bit easier. So both teams will come out of that with a couple of learning lessons potentially, but either way, a really good map number one to kick things up. But on your point about Legion, yeah, it is a redemption year for them possible. It has to be said. There's been a lot of good, positive talk about them, but is this a series too far at this moment in time up against our reigning champions? That could be the case. A 250-204 win for the side of the LA Thieves on map number one sets them up nicely. And, you know, we know a couple of the Paris staff. There's my first one of the year. We'll get that out of the way. We know a couple of the Vegas Legion staff we've been talking about. They're feeling confident, feeling like they do match up well against Thieves there. And it has to be said, there was a couple of moments in that game, as I said, it could have went either way there, Brett.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest thing maybe is a little bit better holds. Some of the setups were there, and I wonder if it was just a bit of being timid. It's clearly something they've practiced. You saw how long it took for some players to kind of wait for that stack to come in, and yeah, it could have gone either way. That's the crazy thing about some of the hard point we are seeing in Modern Warfare 2 is that if you don't get in the hill, you should win the next rotation, and that should gain you the time back. So as soon as you get broke early, it's actually more devastating than you think it is, because you could very easily find yourself being held out for an extra 45 seconds, just losing a huge amount of time. I will say, obviously, this is the first time they're both going into a tournament sort of style match, and it is very different to scrims and everything else that's come before them in practice. So maybe just a little bit of nerves, maybe just a little bit of trying to kind of find their feet in this environment, because this one does matter.
It does matter. You know, we talk about in the grand context of things. I mean, I seen you tweet about it already. You love to talk about the points, Pricey. We always want to talk about it, though, especially what happened towards the end there. Hi, guys. You know, with all these games really do matter for some of these teams. You talk about making champs, and again, you talked about the situation last year. It came down to a final game that New York needed to win just to even make champs at the final event before champs. So all of these games really do matter, and Vegas Legion will want to get off to a good start. But one thing I do want to point out, though, we've had a lot of hype around this team. We talked about them extensively ourselves, but they've got a really hard schedule at this moment in time. Their 4 games are tough. There's one of them that we think they should win. The other 3, very, very difficult. It's kind of about what they're made of in this sort of situation. We know they're a good, solid team and how well they can potentially do. But there's 3 very, very tough games here. If they went into the major with a 1-3 record, it would be disappointing. But I think the lineup and the schedule for them is not necessarily kind. So I think there's a lot of things they can take from that. But if they can take a couple of wins here, Bryce, they set a real statement for what they potentially could do. But a good Thieves win in map number 1 nonetheless.
Yeah, 100%. And I'm just noticing that I look like Casper the Friendly Caster on the broadcast at the moment. I need to get out in the sun. But no, you are 100% right. And the point thing is really interesting. So I tweeted this out before. The race to champs doesn't start at Major 3. It starts with every 10 points you can grab. Even with LA and with Vegas, it is very, very important to get these points early. We know how close it came last year and the teams that ruled themselves out. So it is always going to be an important game. For me, the other important thing about these is benchmarking. A lot of these teams we can only kind of guess at, right? We've seen some scrims, we've seen some of the plays coming down, but realistically, new teams, new game, new mechanics. Who really is going to come out on top?
Well, Fortress Search and Destroy is certainly an interesting one that benefits aggression, I would say. See the Vegas Legion already setting up with something quite peculiar, but passive in a certain kind of way. Of course, them on the defensive side, it's really hard to tell sometimes with the way that the map is laid out, but unless Thieves having a look over towards A, trying to find a pick.
Exactly what they're doing at the moment. They are going to slowly but surely try and figure out if they can get into A without losing any members. This is a setup from both, and they look like they're back-to-back, but there is a little bit of wood in the way. Already Kenny gets the first. I think he's going to get taken down. Advantage now to the Legion. They get the better of those trades.
Always a risk there for Kenny. Calista puts a couple of bullets in. Here comes the child. There it is. And all of a sudden, Octane, 1 versus 3, 0 versus 3. Vegas Legion will find the first round. A very nice play from them, to be honest with you. Very patient. Waiting for the moment where Thieves have got to make that push. In the end of the day, Thieves are the ones on the attack. They're the ones that have to pull the trigger. Kenny pushing out there was a risky play. Does not pay off in the end. Vegas Legion with a comfortable round number 1 victory.
And we talked a little bit about the setup. Obviously, it is practice. They know exactly what they're looking for. The best thing is, obviously, Thieves knew what they were looking for too. Kenny chose to make the decision, go out for it, and they lost the trade side of it. And then they kind of lost control. Didn't really have an awful lot of places to go. This time, though, the other way around. It will be the Legion on the defense.
Octane with the sniper as well. Prolut's going to get taken out. So now Legion trying to make this move. This is aggressive sideline from Octane. Has to back on down. Knows he's going to get challenged. Sniper in hand. Envoy there to help him out, though, as TJ's taken down, as is Temp in this round is going to be answered pretty much immediately from our reigning champs, unless we see a 1v4 from Clayster.
Well, let's see. Oh, look at this. There's so many players around him at the moment. They must know roughly where he is. They're just waiting. 51 seconds for Clayster on the clock. Who blinks first?
I mean, who's got the headsets turned up at the same time? Although Dead Silence has been popped in the 1 versus 3.
Oh, yep, missed the jump.
One of those fingers up, Claire. Come on, son, you can do it. There it is, Octane ready and waiting. Jump up 1 that is used quite often. Isn't able to hit it the first time. I don't think it would have mattered, though. Comfortable round in the end for both 2 teams in the first 2 rounds. Octane always going to win that gunfight, Dead Silence or not.
Yeah, and that first blood really opened it up for him as well. You got to point out as well, Octane not only got that first night, but when he missed the second, backed off very, very quickly. And Envoy took advantage of that distraction to get another kill going towards their side. And from that point, well, it was pretty much all written into the stars. And now it's all 1-1 between these two. Let's see how they change the game plan going into the 3rd round.
Similar kind of setup here from the side of Legion, but one pushing over towards the truck. Keep an eye on Clayster. Watching for the overextension coming through from the Thieves. Of course, B is really not really seen very much. We might as well just chop that half of the map off because we're just fighting over A at this stage. Drazen Coda just wrapping around, looking for some angles. Not quite able to find anything just yet.
Yeah, no aggressive play here by Kenny this time. They're looking to get on the side, but TJ finds the first onto him. And then they're trying to figure out, open or closed, where are the players sitting? Can they get onto the bomb site freely? Clayster is waiting. Envoy is slithering in this direction. Very, very slow. Sees an elbow, and Clayster will get it as well. 2 versus 4 now. Full advantage to Vegas.
Bomb site has potential, though. The side of Thieves. They're going to force the side of Legion to have to come through. 2 versus 4. This is not impossible for the side of Thieves. Let's see what Vegas can do against it.
Ooh, almost 2. Draza in a 1 versus 3. But he is a long way away. Then he will be popped as he goes towards his site. He sees Prolu there as well, but there's going to be so many players now hunting him down. Oh, there's nowhere for him to go. There's nothing for him to do, but Clayster gets popped out. He's trying to go for it as well, but swings wide, and the pre-aim will win.
You know, I thought when he finds the kill on the Clayster, that becomes a little bit possible, but well played from the side of Legion. They just went hunting 2-1 now. Really good play by TJ to find that first kill. Just make things just that little bit more difficult for the side of Thieves with the plant coming on through. It's already difficult to do.
Mm-hmm. I will say,
defenses at the moment, Bryce.
I liked what Legion did there. So there was an opportunity for potentially somebody could have got on bomb once they knew where he was, and you know, the other 2 kind of chal off. Essentially, they didn't want to take that risk because there was so much time left. They said, hey, let's all go for him. Let's make sure we get this kill entirely. It could have worked the other way. They could have got the fuse done in a little bit quicker, but they chose to say, hey, 3 versus 1, let's take that down. And Kenny's going to get the first kill on a Clayster in this next round.
Yeah, that's a tough one. Clayster looking like he was going to secure first blood for the side of the Vegas Legion, but can't quite get it done. Probably just warding off any potential attackers down that side. Draza going to have another peek at it, though. Just having a little look here. Side of Thieves, you don't really need to make any ridiculous moves. Bomb site is in the control of Legion now. You can get this down if they wish, but Envoy are going to find one on the flank, and all of a sudden the pinch is being set up here by the side of Thieves. Expect the collapse to come in imminently. There's another one. Probably left all on his own. Thieves, another round. Back and forth between these 2 teams. That was very well executed by the side of Thieves, but I think if that first bird goes a different direction, we're maybe talking about a different round winner.
Well, you are right. Defense seems to be the name of the game at the moment. Seems trying to get it going the other way, but Who will break the deadlock? That is the real question now between them. And another thing I do love about S&D on this game, it does seem to be one of those kind of like chess, not checkers kind of games. They're changing their setup. They're trying to get those first bloods working in their favor. Now we can see this same thing again. Very similar setup, but this time, Octane with a sniper. They're going to try and play around it. They're going to try and see if he can make a pick somewhere.
Look at the aggression once again from Envoy. Going through hard, I believe. Just trying to have a little look. TJ not allowing him to be any more tempted. Push now coming through from the side of Thieves over towards A side. Temp will find the kill onto Kenny though. Again, this attacking side is just so difficult. Vegas not really giving anything towards the side of Thieves. Thieves seem to be the more aggressor on every single side. And speaking of, that bomb is now down 4v3.
This is a really good opportunity here for Thieves. Temp's going to go around. He's in Draza. He has, and he is going to gun him. It's now a 4 versus 2. It falls on Envoy and Octane. Can they hold off the orange wave?
Oh, that's a big kill from Envoy. Now he can overextend. Can he get through? Oh, their timing's just not there. If he can get it out, he's got some help from his teammate. But Octane now. No, this sneaky. Is no way. No shot.
Not sneaky enough. Not sneaky enough. And yeah, Octane must have just felt a little bit sick there. It's like, I got a sniper and a pistol and no room to move. Eventually, the Legion do shut it down. The numbers do count. And that's another defensive round on the board. Thought maybe, just maybe, with the fact that bomb went down, they could try and trade it out and play the time, but not to be.
Very back and forth. There's not really much to write home about in the sense that these teams are playing it, really. It's just sit back, play for that pick. As soon as you have that numbers advantage, you collapse. It's very simple search and destroy from both teams at this moment in time. Now, from the side of Vegas Legion, it's their turn to attack. Same old story, but a little bit more aggressive from these through mid-map here. Is this push going to work out for them? Keep an eye on the mid-map. It's going to be Envoy to try and make this push through Art. Draza is there with him. Envoy is cut down. And that's nullified pretty much instantly.
A lot of players from Vegas managed to get into this point here, but not in a position they would like to be in. Back to back. TJ and Prolute. Octane slowly but surely looking for a pick with this sniper. Can they find anything? Both teams just freezing, waiting for an opportunity.
Prolute ready and waiting, but the more that this time goes down, the more it suits Thieves. They may well be at the number disadvantage.
Oh, he's hopping. Oh, he's managed to get away. They did try to actually get him there.
Oh, look at this fan coming in here from the side of Kenny as well. He's going to find somebody, is it? Yes, he is, but Temp's going to see him first. This is a potential attacking round here for the side of Legion. As Draza then falls as well. The TAC 56 is out. And Octane's left all on his own.
Octane with the pistol, just trying to find something, but it doesn't work. And Vegas Legion held their nerve. They waited and they waited. And Temp is cheese, and he knows he's on a 5 streak. He's doing very, very well. That's going to be 6 actually for him. Octane goes for the peak, and he says, all right, thank you very much. TAC 56.
And there you go. The attacking round comes on through. And that kind of, in turn, comes from the aggression from Thieves on the defense. They try to push Portimar, try to find a pick, a little bit more map presence. They get picked from there, and then Vegas Legion were just very, very patient. They know that Thieves will probably have to come for a retake at some stage, bomb down or not. And that is the first real dagger. 10 for the 6 spree as well.
This is much more aggressive. Envoy almost finds Temp. Not quite, and Temp is actually going to go down. There's the nades coming flying in. Thieves being aggressive here. TJ going to go straight in, and he does find Kenny. It's now a 3 versus 3 as this round has exploded. But that is bombed down, and TJ flies in. It's another trade coming through. Envoy looking for the player enclosed.
Oh
Probably gets in the end here, and now Octane has to backpedal. He's the last one. The human turret must put everything into this. He does not want to go 5-2 down, and he is looking for it. Somehow still alive, Ton.
He's been an absolute master stroke, though, but it's not going to work out. Callista gets behind. 5-2 Legion. And it almost felt like there was too free of a push out there for when Draza died. I can't remember specifically who got it, but Draza standing in the middle of nowhere over towards Open. It's an easy pick for Legion to get back into the site after what was a promising start to the round from the side of Thieves. An interesting round, an interesting search and destroy, but Vegas Legion looking more and more likely to be the victors here and to tie the series up.
Well, does look like Vegas have this map pretty much figured out. What do Thieves do? This is a little bit of a different break from Thieves. It could be aggressive. We may be seeing a jump up top. I think it is. They're going up. It's going to be Envoy. He goes aggressive. And TJ catches him. Thieves now in the disadvantageous position. It's 2 versus 4 for the map.
Legion just sort of know that Thieves are going to try something different here. They're trying to mix it up. Legion are ready and waiting. Cruise missile coming in. What's wrong with this iPad? Not much right with the streak either. Has to be said. Probably will have to back on down, but still, 2 versus 4. Make that a 1 versus 3. It's all down to Draza. Left all on his own. Not gonna happen. Legion tie the series up. A really good search and destroy win. Adapting and overcoming. What was a slow start? Defensive rounds after defensive rounds. The attacking round breaks the curse though. And from there, they never looked back. 1-1. Series on our hands, Brycey. We said this side of Vegas Legion could do something against the Thieves. And they're proving that here with an S&D win.
Yeah, 100%. And that's the kind of the biggest thing for us is seeing how these two teams stack up. And with Legion looking pretty good on the S&D, we saw Temp in high spirits. And look at that, TJ as well, 8 and 3. Some very bold plays coming in for it. The trades were working out for them over and over again. Kenny, I think he lost a couple of first bloods as well, and that did not help them out. But we have a game on our hands. It's 1-1 ton.
Yeah, I mean, first blood's completely tied across the board, though, Bryce, and it's just making them count at the right times, though. Thieves didn't make them count. Legion did. And we very much do have a series on our hands now. My God, honestly, in map number 1, as said, that could have went either way with the way that Hotel does play out. A 6-2 Fortress win. We know Fortress is one of those maps. It can be a little bit mixy, but that was a little bit more passive than what we've seen in the phase game to kick things off here, of course. But that was a little bit more tactical. Vegas Legion starting to play that one just a little bit better. But as said, as soon as they get that attacking round, that then puts Thieves immediately on the back foot. Series is tied up. We've got a game on our hands.
It certainly is. Well, Control next should give us one way or the other for these teams, which is leading. But before we go into our next map, we are going to go to a quick break here on the Call of Duty League. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you right after this.
Upgrade your game with a Scuff, the official controller of the Call of Duty League.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Call of Duty League. You join us with Vegas Legion versus Los Angeles Thieves. Currently 1-1 between these two teams. A close game on the first hard point, and a little bit of a blowout on the S&D. But we go now into the control on Hotel. One of these two teams will take the lead. And I tell you something, I'm liking the look of the new look Legion. If I'm saying that a million times very, very fast. The Thieves, though, probably not too stressed at the moment.
Yeah, probably not too stressed. I think, you know, I've seen some discussion on Twitter. We kind of alluded to it. Map number 1, there was breaks that probably shouldn't have happened from both teams when it does come down to Hotel. So I think there'll be a couple of review sessions on that. But we go back to Hotel for Control. We get triple Hotel, actually, which is always quite nice. Absolutely my favorite map on the game so far. And Control is probably one that makes a little bit more sense, I want to say, when it comes down to Hotel, in the sense that it does play a little bit more like traditional Control that we have seen in previous game modes. It's fairly solid when it does come down to it, so I'm interested to see how these two teams are going to play it. But I don't know. I think it's difficult though, because as you spoke about, it's very much a benchmarking time of the season. Day number 1, we really don't know which way some of these teams are going to go. I mean, who would have called FaZe losing out of the gates?
And that's the only game we'll talk about in the past. Anyway, I was gonna say one of the crazy things coming into this is I got so used to last season having the prep work and the stats ready for like all of these teams and how they've been performing in the league and at majors, and now it feels like a missing part of me that we don't have them. But fortunately, after this first week, we'll start getting our stats ready back in to give you guys even more context on what should be happening and what is happening. But speaking of happening, we are going to jump on board with Envoy, first of all, from the Thieves.
Big aggression over towards the A side, and A is typically the easier one to capture, but we can see Vegas Legion heading all the way over towards that B side immediately. Aggressive push coming on through, but Kenny will say, oh, you're not going to pick up mid-map. Well, I am 1, 2, 3, not quite there. The damage is done. TG, there's the third. Fantastic work from Kenny. Maybe a little bit overzealous from Legion there. They push, but they don't hold stuff as somebody walks straight through mid-map, and it's an easy 3-piece for Kenny.
We'll see if he can pick up any more kills here at the moment, but his teammates certainly aren't. They haven't managed to find anything for him, and Kenny's just being very, very careful as he checks everywhere he could go. But I'll tell you something, Legion have decided to kind of change the tempo of this one, switch straight over to B, pushed over there instantaneously, and Kenny hasn't seen anyone for a couple of minutes.
Well, the thing is, with Kenny pushing over towards the kitchen side, that forces the spawn over towards lights for Legion. He says, oh, well, thank you very much. Shooting fish in a barrel, Kenny. 5 in a row, make it 6. Surely there's the gunfight win. My goodness me, he is a reaper on the map. Give him number 4. No, not quite going to happen. But fantastic work from Kenny. Even though he pushes over the kitchen, does force that easier spawn for Legion to push over towards B. It's a force spawn they don't want with Kenny behind you. We just chalk it up if you're Legion. You head over towards A now. I said it is the easier one to capture. Bryce, let's see how they do.
At the moment, they've got to try and use every single header to stay alive, and Proluke finds one as well. Pushes out. Only one real player left in the area. It's Octane. And because he doesn't have anyone with him, he isn't going to try and push this. Doesn't want to give away his lives. And now Legion are going on a huge rap for this. Nobody from Thieves is sitting in the minute. They're going to know this is coming, surely.
This is a big push from Legion, and it's not one that is untoward as soon as you do get a hold of over towards A. But look immediately what Thieves do. They start to rotate themselves over towards that bedroom side. That will, when Legion do die, force them to spawn all the way towards kitchen. You can see Kenny starts to retreat all the way back towards platform. The spawn in there for Legion over towards kitchen side. It's a difficult push, but still 3 members of Legion in and around the lobby. And they're just picking their way through the Thieves meticulously here from the backside.
Yeah, they've used a lot of time to do this, and that's why they're being careful. Kills now coming in for them. Controls will be the difference. Already a fight coming through. He finds the first. Hem gets that trade coming in as well now. Time going up for Vegas. Kenny is trying to stay alive up here at the top, and eventually Envoy will get 2. It has slowed this push down significantly as Octane guns Clayster.
And that was a big gunfight, actually. I think if Clayster is able to find that, still a little bit of purchase around that bedroom side for the side of Legion, but they just go again. We'll wrap around the outside. We're trying to go through Plat. Kenny is reading it completely, though. Proluke will fall, as will Clayster. Good defensive hold so far from the side of Thieves. The lives only a 2 advantage for the side of Thieves, but the time is not on Legion's side.
DJ's found one, but he's super weak. Has to back off, and there are players all over this map.
Next kill's big.
TJ wants to get into this point, but he's worried. He doesn't really have support, and that's what he's making him a little bit nervous. He knows he has to stop the clock, but he can easily be gunned down. Just too many places to watch. He was a little bit nervous. And now Clay is going to try and fly it himself. They've only got 12 seconds to do this. The Legion do not have the lives. They do not have the time. They do not have the positioning. Because it's just a mop-up for Thieves.
Yeah, not an easy job now for the side of Legion to get themselves in. Really well played by the Thieves. For all that, Legion were never really in where they expected them. They were kind of in their spawn, then pushing from the front. Thieves managed that fantastically. Every single time that they had a position that they could fill a gap in, they would fill it immediately. As soon as they knew they didn't have anybody pushing through bedroom, they would get bedroom control. Bedroom control is kind of what you want to hold of for B, because you can peek that so easily. You can force the spawn as far away as possible. Ideal situation for Thieves on multiple occasions that, and they work it to the best of their ability, find the kills where they need to. For Legion, they tried, but it was ultimately unsuccessful. Let's see if Thieves can maybe go a step further here on the attack.
Oh, there we go. That's a return of the favour. Clayson taking down Octane straight away. But the kills will go to LA. TJ now trying to stay alive. He knows there's going to be a spawn up for his team. Can he find a way through this? He has to check every single corner.
Look at these ticks at Bs. You haven't been quick enough if you're Legion. That's going to be too locked in here for the side of Thieves. They're progressing so quickly over towards B. It might be locked.
Bro's going to have to fly out as well, but they still managed to make the kills, and that might be B already shut down. It's taken too long, and Clayster comes flying in, but that one piece is going to do nothing. A is only left now, and they've already found their way in here. LA Thieves not messing around on their attack.
My goodness me, Legion were just so slow on the retake when it comes over towards B. They couldn't find a way through. Thieves were set up perfectly, but now it's all about holding down A. That's nearly 2 ticks about to come in. Vegas Legion trying to find the push. Envoy finds 1, finds 2. Carpets is his. Temps the only one to answer back. This is a Thieves round. In record time, it's done. It's dusted. We're going to round number 3. Thieves, 2 to the good. That was sublime.
Well, they pushed the tempo onto that one, and I think it may have just caught Legion lacking. They were expecting maybe they had to get a bit of a stag, a bit of a push coming through, and they were waiting on their teammate, and they lost the kills, they lost the gunfights. Kenny's 12-4. It's not easy.
And I don't think there'll necessarily be an inquisition on that one from the side of Legion. I mean, they kind of got gunning around bedroom. The push comes through. And then that one guy left in mid-map with a Vazdev. It's like, yeah, bro, what do you want me to do about it? Like, I mean, there's nothing he can really do in that situation. Legion now having to win an attack of their own. Gonna go the simple way straight over towards it.
Kenny's already said there's a player hit stunned, and that's an easy kill for him at the same time. Prolo, though, managed to get Envoy down. They have not lost that trade. Kenny just trying to stay alive. He knows pressure's going to be coming in through Dyna. Gaza trying to stay alive as well, and that's a great nade coming through. They are managing to deflect this one, Thieves, and there's a dead silence pop. He's going to try and make a move here. It's going to eventually be taken down.
Yeah, Thieves not going to find anything over towards A. Eventually, the push is going to come through, but once again, look at them. Ultimately controlling the middle of the map. They're actually going to have a little bit of a poke at this. They want to try and stop this from happening if they can. A couple of kills coming on through, so the temptation is definitely there for the side of Thieves to make this push coming on through. I think Envoy is going to be the ace in the hole for them. They'll find one in mid-map. Draws it, can then push through. The pinch is developed. The pinch is there. The final kill comes through as well. And Thieves retake A once more. I thought they would maybe go licking their wounds back over towards B and just lock that one in, but no. The aggression comes through. Kenny ready and waiting over towards Platt as well. The position you want to be in the kitchen, the spawn is forced, and Thieves are already over towards the diner ready and waiting.
Now they've got to fight their way into it. It's not easy to break in. Too many corners, too many places to hide. They're trying to find a few kills on the map here. Envoy already finds one. I don't think he finds another. TJ tries to make a hero play, but Envoy guns him down as well. And now with 28 seconds left, Vegas Legion need a miracle to break in through here. They have to go through Octane. They have to try and take him out. There's more players backing up. The trophy goes down. Octane has got 5 health. Down he goes. Prolin finds 2. Prolin finds a 3rd. And the Legion swarm in. All 3 kills there from Prolin that they needed, they found. And they are going to capture A. Wait a second. I see Kenny. Kenny finds the first.
I mean, this is just going to be...
nothing.
I mean, even if you did find that, Legion would have had time to probably rotate round, but it has slowed them down somewhat in their progression over towards B. Droz has found 3 of his own. And now the push up over towards bedroom, going to come in from the side of Thieves. You know, Thieves played that perfectly, but Proloop with the 3-piece is not something you can account for. It was 5 in a row before he eventually does get cut down by Kenny. But again, look at the side of the map that Thieves have set themselves up on. Forces the spawn over towards Kitchen and Diner. And good luck pushing through this. Kenny on the head glitch over towards the stairs. Pushes the issue as well. TJ will say thank you very much. And a little bit of pressure now starting to come in from the side of the Vegas Legion.
Well, they've got a lifeline. Just a little bit, but 40 seconds between them and going to the next map. TJ finds one towards the back. He's going to try and find Draza here. Flies out towards him, but Draza's ready. Drop shot. And now no respawns remaining. Has to be perfect. Has to be fast. A cruise missile's incoming. The dead silence is going to be popped. Vegas Legion do not have an awful lot of options.
Cruise control here from the side of Thieves. Envoy will find one. CG will find a break on through to Calista will find another one. So a glimmer of hope, but only a glimmer. 2 lives remaining. Bryce, this one's done and dusted.
It certainly is. Well, I'll say that. There's 2 players on. And surely they can't hold against everybody here. TJ managed to find the first, but Envoy says, oh, wait a second.
Sure.
Wait a second, surely not. They're just going to pinch us in from all 4 players. Prolu finds one, but it's not enough. And LA Thieves strike back after the S&D. The hot 3-0 on the control.
Fantastic, fantastic work from the side of Thieves. Honestly, I know the attacking run was impressive. It was that push through bedroom control, absolute from the side of Thieves on the attack, but the defense is what impressed me the most. They know exactly what they're doing. Bedroom control at all times, forces the spawner kitchen, forces them into what feels like just a shooting squad over towards the diner. And Kenny lighting it up with 21 and 10, multiple moments from him. It only took something out of Prolu, a magical moment, to even give Legion a chance in that final round. The LA Thieves, well, choke up Greenberg Hotel from control. You ain't seen that for a few weeks, lads. I hate to tell you, that was impressive.
Yeah, it really was. And Kenny probably was a star of that match and just continued to go through this. And this final kill, it kind of set the tempo for the rest of the game. A little bit of wobble, a little bit of shake, and eventually he gets it through. And from that point onwards, it was all about Thieves just making more kills than the enemy team, having better positioning. I will say, you could tell there was some practice there from Legion. They knew what they wanted to do, they just couldn't get it done.
Yeah, and I think, you know, when it comes down to it, you think about that initial break-off that we just seen there where Kenny picks up the 3. They kind of did everything right in the sense of pushing through bedroom, finding those kills towards Plat, but I mean, in that situation then, you need to make sure somebody was covering mid. I mean, it's the easiest gunfight for Kenny from Sofas. If you send all 4 towards the B site or 1 over towards A and nobody covering mid, you are then open to that kind of thing happening. And somebody as talented as Kenny is very much going to take that invitation to find those kills. It is a 3-0 dominant control win from the side of LA Thieves. Ricardo hardpoint coming up though, Brycey. This one is not done and dusted yet. Legion feeling very comfortable when it does come down to hardpoints. They like Ricardo as well. But look at that squad, just vibing at the minute.
Could Kenny look more comfortable? The guy's back, he's chilled. He's very much enjoying him. Octane probably putting out a banger tweet. I don't know what he's doing. He's doing something. But
he's been on form.
He has been on form. Very relaxed though. Very, very relaxed here. But it's surprising because obviously this team coming in, I feel like Vegas Legion don't have a lot to lose, essentially, because they are facing the champions from last year. And obviously with their track record, nobody's going to say, hey, they're going to come out and dominate. We are expecting them to be pretty good as we go through. But for Thieves, there is kind of more on the line. Nobody really expects the champions to take an L this early.
No, but at the same time, you sort of don't know what you're going to get. I mean, how many times have we come into a season expecting a team to be fantastic and just straight away coming out the gates and winning every single game? It sometimes just doesn't happen that way. It's a new game. Things are very, very different to what we've seen in Vanguard, of course. So, look, I mean, it was still a clean slate for everybody, but the caliber of play and the caliber of team that the LA Thieves are is very much showing through here in the moments that they needed to. Search and Destroy was a little bit mixy as soon as Legion got that first attacking round. Then, of course, it was always going to be their game if they could just hold on to their defenses, and it did so very, very well. But when it came down to that control, that was dominant. That was very much men against boys in that sort of situation. They knew exactly what they were doing. Hardpoint was a little bit shaky, but as I said, they really do have that caliber of being able to clutch up in those moments, find those kills where they need to, find those crucial points where they need to, in closing games out was essential. And heading into Mikado hardpoint again, it's a little bit mixy. Let's see if they can do it. But Legion will be heading into this one with some confidence, I believe.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't bet against Legion at this point, and that's something that you wouldn't have said last year at all. This time, I think the world champions, the Thieves, like I said, it's kind of a weird one for me, right? Because it's easy to say, hey, obviously they won last year, they should be great this year. We've had a big change. Legion has had a big change. We don't have all the stats. We don't get to see all the scrims either. While we, as talent, do get kind of privileged access to some scrims that we can kind of sit down and watch, it doesn't always tell us the entire story, because it could be anything going on from they're trying out a different way of playing the control to they're focusing on X, Y, and Z rotations. So, like, for us as well, we're kind of learning at the same time as you exactly what we should be expecting to see from each of these teams. And I feel like at the moment, you can give a very good account of both of them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think especially in map number 1, I said that really could have went either way. The couple of rotations that Legion had that you would think was locking in at least a minimum 40-50 points, they don't get it. Yes, okay, that's a setup thing. Well, you know, these are things that you can work on. Same for the side of Thieves on that map, but they just did it a little bit better, it has to be said, with that 46-point win. But control was very much something that the side of Legion will have to look at and repair. But Mikado Hardpoint is another chance to try and get a map back here. You're sending us to a map number 5 back on Hotel. You never know which way that one is going to go. So do or die here for the side of Vegas Legion in day number 1 of CDL Modern Warfare 2. And Mikado's an interesting one. There is a lot of hills, Bricey. I've never said P7 in my life, but for the very first time, I'm going to get to say it.
No, that is very true. This does go on for quite a while. It's the most hard points we've ever had in competitive. I may be wrong with that, but I can't think of one with more.
No, it definitely is. It definitely is. But looking at the side of Legion, they spawn on what you would call the more beneficiary side. Heading over towards P2 is one where you spawn if you are the Vegas Legion, so you absolutely want to keep a hold of it. That's the aim of the game when it does come down to P1. A couple of points here and there, don't go amiss. But for the side of Legion, lock down that side. Look at where Thieves are now pushing from. It's a little bit of a more difficult push, that side of the map. You've got to contend with hedges and the top broken building, and they are actually going to find a route through here, so the Legion have collapsed just somewhat. Prolute a couple of important gunfights to win here.
That's huge from Prolute in the end. He knows he's under pressure. He knows there's players all around him. His teammates are trying to back him up, but the longer he can stay alive here and the more damage he can do, the more opportunity for his team to come back. But they haven't found a single kill, and he's been sprayed. And LA Thieves have ripped that away from Legion. Already with a dead silence, TJ is going to try and find something here for his team as well. They are pushing towards back alley. Oh, they come down. He already knows where he's going to be. And Envoy wins it anyway.
I'm not quite sure how. 2 HP in a dream. But nonetheless, it's now a really hard push from Legion. You can see pushing down this alley side is just so difficult as you try to get back into Cantina. It's just so tough. But the gunman has been won by Clayster. Coming through the tunnel, he'll get cut down. So the rest of the team now make their way through. But Draza ready and waiting. 6 in a row. The rest of the team there to sweep up the final few pieces. Prolute is still here trying to do something. Make it 7. Phenomenal stuff from the side of Thieves, but that is a fumble from Legion. And now heading over towards P3, it's going to be another rotation for Thieves, showing their class here on Mikado so far.
And that's it. That's a chain back-to-back kill, but Legion are stacking. The nades are raining through. They have the numbers here to do something. Can they make this push successfully? Octane with the pre-aim, waiting for somebody he knows is coming. But it doesn't matter. Draza cuts down 2. Envoy gets the 3rd. Octane has to do nothing as Kenny comes sweeping in for the 4th. And all that stacking, all that time from Legion, it comes to naught, and Envoy's trying to push out and gets gunned by TJ. It doesn't really matter. It's a mile away from the hill.
For the side of Thieves here, watch for them now. Pushing down the caravan side as soon as they start to make that push. There's still 40 seconds left of this hill, though, so can Legion maybe do something about it through the front door? TJ, you're all alone. You're already dead. Thieves now starting to make their push. You can already see Draza dying over towards the barbershop, which is where we're heading in a second. Thieves not in the best position to rotate on this one, but, I mean, they're going to have a hefty lead. They're going to break 100 points, Pricey. It's going to be about 80-point difference, but Legion not in too bad of a spot to get some good points here themselves.
Well, this is the key. Hold this for 60. Get the setup. Get it locked in.
With the spawn and number 6. Kenny's already dead, but that's the danger if you're Legion. There are close spawns here towards hedges. You need somebody where Prolute is right now. Eventually he does lock it down.
Waiting for this one. Temp just making sure nobody can push through.
Oh my god, he slipped the net. Look at Envoy. Look at Envoy. He's got through it absolutely ridiculously easy. What is Prolute watching? The answer is absolutely nishty, Brixie. There's no... How does he get through?
And that's not what you want to see if you're a Legion fan. The Thieves have broken barbershop. They've managed to get bodies in here now, coming through the back. Gonna be a bit of a push going through. Prolute is trying to find his second. It's not going to work out for him as he goes for the wallbang, but Tem gets another one, and Prolute eventually gets in. Octane fighting for his life as TJ comes swinging in as well. Octane's still alive and has been playing around this position for ages, and eventually TJ takes him down. It's a good recovery from Legion.
It's a recovery that didn't need to be made, though. I mean, that's the sort of site where you absolutely need Prolute just to be stopping anything getting through. Maybe it's a slip of timing or something like that, but in the end, him actually surviving behind the fact that LA Thieves pushed through that side means he can pinch with the rest of his team, and it kind of works out as a retake. So that deficit is somewhat reduced, it has to be said, but it could have been a little bit better. Temp will find the first kill into Envoy, and these trades are going to work out in the favor of Legion as they break through towards the courtyard side.
Now Octane is just holding, but eventually gets pinched out, and it is a comeback from the Legion here. TJ is now starting to smoke. He's desperate trying to stay alive here from Prolute. Prolute managed to find a second one as well. Not going to get that one this time around, though. But the Legion are holding pretty. Kenny finds a second. And the numbers do have the advantage, but going through Little Cut is not easy.
Thieves on the side you want to be spawning on for heading over towards the next hill. Close there should be dealt with by Draza, so we're just having a little play with this. It's a big gunfight win. 17 and 7 out of him, shooting beams out of the M4 at the moment. And now looking over towards this next hill. It's a nightmare situation here for Legion because they've got to push through the alleyway. If Thieves can get set up here, it is a disaster, but Legion have managed to find a way through here. Bryce's will rotate over towards P6.
Just flying out there. One voice is all right. I'll do this. Now Octane just wants to set up at the right place and not really challenge too much. He's going to go for it as well, though. The angle's working out perfectly for him. The kind of gunfight he was built for.
Oh, it's one of these moves, though, with Legion. It's kind of desperate when you're pushing down this alleyway side. It's so difficult. You need to get something going in the middle of the map because you're just going to get cut down by the human turret that is Octane. 4 in a row. He's making it look easy, but hey, you're going to give him this sort of position. He will make it look easy.
And Prolute going to throw his shoulder. And he knows Octane's still there. It's like, I can't push this guy, by the way. I can't do anything.
Oh, they can't? I mean, chalk it up and head over towards the next hill at this stage.
Yeah. They're ready for it. They're waiting for the push. There's no that's coming. It's a big stack from them. Envoy's going to be here. How many players they commit? There's a dead silence. Fine, TJ knows exactly where it's going to be, but that's where the double stack comes in for the trade. And it's Octane versus Prolute, and it will be Prolute again with a 2-piece. It's a 100-point difference in this game. Can Vegas Legion find something on this hill that they so desperately need?
And now we can see Thieves starting to rotate back over towards blue side. Not necessarily when they want to be, but they find that this push is maybe a little bit easier, hitting through mid, and there's the pinch that could potentially develop, but the gunfights are going to go the way of Legion. Locking down some good time here, good time that they absolutely need. Thieves played those last 2 hills. It's 3 hills, very well. TJ just cleaning up on this potential pinch. Good time still here for the side of Legion.
Look at that spawn out, though. Clayster is a mile away. They know the pressure is coming from every single angle at the moment. Legion are holding. Clayster gets the pinch onto mid as well, and that's going to be them shut down. Huge points here for them in the end. 20 seconds left to go. The Legion want to hold, but Thieves are trying to push this one home. So let's find out how they are dealing with it. For the LA Thieves, listen in.
This is actually huge. If you want to hit tunnel, dove into tunnel. This is dagger time. Big late, I think. I think it's the guy. Nice, I'm trying to go break. Yo, L. Back bricks, guys. Go on time. He's like front yellow vent. I'm sorry. I need it, Tom. He's on
And one going RB late.
2. He's hitting hedges right here.
That's RB.
I spawn zig. This is these time, boys.
I'm
gonna help them out. Ready, go. Missing Donnie, boys.
The first back alley, come for.
Missing Donnie. Give me Donnie. Cut, maybe. Hold down. Haven't killed Donnie in a while. Oh no, now we. Oh no. Nice stuff. That's 1 and step 4 factory. They killed every control spawn. Oh, I fucking spawned. They give me back alley, bro.
Hey, I got Dick Chuck.
Dick Chuck the mid, bro. Give me back alley. They got me. I haven't helped whoever's jumping. Tunnel's open. Running out of time for you. I got.
Tunnel dead.
Half, I'll cut.
I have tunnel.
Shoulder in your head. Tunnel done. Nice. Not telling me half over.
LA Thieves playing it calm and making sure they had these spawns for P2 ton.
Yeah, they did have the spawns from P2 once again. Legion were the first ones there as P1 pops, but they haven't been able to hold it. Can they find a break here, actually? Kenny not able to find the shot, so Legion will find a breakthrough, so maybe just damage limitation when it does come over towards P2. Draza still alive and kicking, does have some support from Octane here as well. The shots over towards Hedges are solid. Temp is going to find 2 here as well, so the rest of that time going over towards Legion. But once again, because of these rotations, if you can spawn them together, when the push comes in, it spawns you out if Legion push hard. And Thieves get spawned over towards P3. We're heading over towards Tin. LA Thieves only need 25 or so more points as Legion gonna have to try and find another break in.
TJ finds one. They're going to look for the second one. Tem gets a second, and now the pressure coming through. Vegas swarming in, but it's going to be Octane with the first. He's trying to switch gun. He's going to go down, but Clayster finds another, and only Draza are left up top. I don't know if they know he's here. They're not even trying to look for him at the moment. Does he drop in? Finds him, drops in. Draza takes him down, and it's back in control of Thieves.
It's completely in control of Thieves. Here comes the push now from TJ. He kind of has to do it on his own. The rest of the team are on their way, but only 2 players here on the side of Thieves. But they can think about the rotation. Legion need every single point. 3 seconds away, they're going to go.
TJ's gone up top. They're trying to drop through as well. TJ's got the second one with a knife. Has managed to break in. They've stopped it at the last possible second. But the issue is always going to be, now we've got to get across map. Now we have to somehow break a hold in 2 seconds.
It's on Temp. Even with these shots, he's just going to let Draza to exactly where he is. He was just going to stay alive. Bryce, this is Thieves all day.
And that's it. It pops. 1, 2. It's done. There wasn't enough time. Vegas Legion fought all the way to the end. The time was against them. It will eventually fall to Thieves 3-1. And what a game to start it off with. I will say they did look pretty good in there. It doesn't help the fact that you've got Draza absolutely spinning all across the map.
I mean, I said it during the listen. The guy looked final already. It's only day 1. Absurd players coming out of Draza, but LA Thieves very much stamping their authority immediately. A really, really solid game out of there, but 30 and 18 out of Draza. It just almost felt like he was unkillable at times, but it has to be said, rotations for Thieves, it felt like they had every single one, and it felt like when Legion did have a positive rotation in their favor, it got broken too easily. It was kind of the story of map number 1. It ended up being the story of map number 4. Ultimately, the scoreline doesn't look too bad, but I think when you look at the positions that Legion were in, they had the opportunity to win maps 1 and 4. There was definitely some openings that they could have taken advantage of, but Thieves shut that door pretty much immediately every single time. I mean, it does help when Draza's doing things like this straight off from the get-go. I mean, look, we talk about the good side and the bad side when it does come down to Mikado. Vegas Legion had that good side when they spawned into the game. They had that good side on the second rotation, and not once did they make it count, Pricey.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. They also went down quite significantly in the beginning. And that's what we said is the issue, right? If you chain hills back to back, you put yourself in such a great position to win the map. The other team is always going to be fighting on a back foot. But this is the result we expected. And I think I'm going to take away from this that Vegas Legion don't look half bad. They do not look like the team we saw last season, obviously because it's got different players, but it looks much more competitive, Tom.
Oh, 100% looks more competitive. I mean, look, it's not like they had much competition to go up against. I think there's a lot of things would have looked more competitive, but they do look a solid outfit. I said, you know, it's just a couple of rotations, a couple of lock-ins here and there, and all of a sudden we have a very different series. They look great on the Search and Destroy. Control was the only one they got completely blown out by, but I think that'll be probably a quite frustrating loss. It has to be said. I mean, look, Thieves were the stronger team. They deserved to win that game, but there was definitely moments in those hard points specifically that Legion will look back at and sort of say, well, this could have been a very different game. We could have been staring down the barrel of a 3-1 win for the side of Vegas Legion with a couple of holds here and there, but has to be said, you've got to get the job done. It comes down to it. Thieves, they had their holds and they did hold on to it. They won those rotations. Spawn's working out in the favor of them as well. It ultimately was a comfortable win for the side of Thieves, but Legion will be looking at that with a little bit of hope, but also with a little bit of frustration, I would imagine.
Yeah, I think so. And obviously now it is time to hand it over to our wonderful Des to break this one down. Puckett, over to you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Yes, we're only 3 matches in, but this is our first top seed to come out with a W. The LA Thieves walking away with rings at the end of last year, now coming in with a beating over Las Vegas. My mic's up, guys. I don't know what to tell you. Let's talk, though, Allie, as my stuff is broken.
Yeah.
Walk us through.
Yeah, we can just walk through for me on this side of things. So LA Thieves, obviously continuation from last year. Our back-to-back champs still look incredibly in form, which, again, not super surprising. I know I had the hot take heading into this, but, I mean, we are talking about the #2 hardpoint team last year, and that's what pulled them through on, like, qualifiers and pulled them through LAN events all the way until champs, when through the middle of the year they figured out S&D. Looks like they're struggling in S&D again earlier in the season. I wonder where the folder is when it comes this time around. Hopefully we'll be able to ask Sam later on.
Absolutely. And in that series, I mean, I really like what I saw of the LA Thieves. I mean, there were key moments across all the respawns that they won where they really took over. I think about the Glass Hill on the first map where they rotated around the back. Octane gets the big kill. And in Control, for me, it was that play on offense. When they pushed B off the rip and they managed to capture the point, that is so difficult. You know, it's a risk versus reward. But, you know, even if you end up dying there, you're going to spawn in kitchen. You have potential to get A. So they take that risk going over towards B. They're able to trade out Clayster and secure that capture. And then on that last map, that break that we saw on the Barbershop Hill was absolutely beautiful. Like picture perfect, going around through connector. LA Thieves, they look formidable right now.
We've got a lot of big matches and a lot of big moments within these games that we want to highlight. This is our scuff play of the game. And Nameless, you got all excited. You came running out of the green room. You said, Control, we got to talk about what these players are doing. LA Thieves going up against Legion. Break this one down for me from Control.
Yeah, we're always looking for, you know, a wonderful clip to show you guys. And this was a great one here on offense for the LA Thieves. Off the rip here, Clayster actually gets a kill up top plat, and then the Thieves, they trade that kill out. And what you can see here, this is the gauntlet setup. Once you get, if you're on offense, you get the trophies down, you get a guy up to that plat desk, you get that first blood, and then from here on out, like, they have to either wrap arches mid or they have to win an unfavorable gunfight from their back base. And you can see here, everybody's just trading effectively, and Kenny gets the damage in, the trades come in, and then simultaneously after they capture that point, they're already set up for A, because as they're dying on B, they're spawning kitchen so they can set up the capture onto A and get that progression. Just a flawless offense.
Allie, at the end of that one, we saw some incredible M4 play coming out of Draza, 30 and 18.
Him and Kenny with the M4 in hand might be one of the scariest things heading into the rest of the season. At first, I was like, wow. In my notes, I just have, well, Kenny's gross, 21 and 10. And then you head into the next map, and it's Draza. I mean, 30 and 18 is insane. It's just a continuation of respawn from last year.
Is 3 ARs too many? I don't know. Let's talk to the captain, the man who's been known for his assault rifle since he entered the Call of Duty pro scene. We got Octane on the line. Octane, how are we feeling right now?
Hello, Christopher Puckett. It's good to hear your voice again, my man.
It's good to see you, my friend. And, of course, it's good to see you not slacking off. Your kills are still there. The gunny is still there. The team's still walking away with W's. What makes Thieves so strong, and what has it been like going from the previous title to now this title?
I think going into this season was just making sure there was a continuation from the last. You know, there is the champs curse out there. So I think we were just kind of harping on our practice tendencies from last year when we really got good and making sure that we were on top of that going into our first league match.
Octane, I saw the guy you sunned at champs earlier trying to copy your haircut. I mean, can you believe that? But on a serious note, where's the folder, Sam? Where is it?
Still.
The folder is definitely
needed.
Where's the folder,
Sam?
Yeah. S&D wasn't great there. You know, that's one of our favorite maps for sure. But I think we were just picking up what they were doing a little bit too late into the map.
Okay.
We figured it out, but we were already down like 5-2 or 5-3 at that point. But yeah, definitely to go back to the drawing board a little bit on the S&Ds, but that's to be expected with early season stuff.
Sam, congratulations on the win. You guys look absolutely fantastic, trying to shut up the doubters and the champs curse. But I wanted to ask you sort of about switching over to this game and then transition. You guys figured out Vanguard towards the end, and you guys went back-to-back events. This is a little bit slower of a game. How was the transition, like trying to break those old habits coming into a game like this?
The first couple of days of scrims were definitely Vanguard-esque. We were just running around at the pace of Vanguard, but I think the thing that made us so good at the end of last year was just teamwork, regardless of the pace of the game or anything. Like, if it's Vanguard, Modern Warfare 2, slide canceling, whatever. It was just how we were playing together, and I think that our practice habits, as I mentioned from the first question, is just the #1 thing. As long as we're playing together, any type of COD. It doesn't matter what it is. We've been playing jetpacks right now, which would be fantastic.
All right, bring him back, says
Doesn't matter.
Octane. I'm ready for it. Octane, I got to ask you, though, when you guys aren't playing, now that you get a chance to kind of get to relax after your series, are you watching everyone else in this CDL? Are you going through your own VOD, or are you just thinking about the next game and getting some sleep tonight?
Definitely looking at our S&D for sure. But definitely watching. I think early game, there's a lot of things that teams pick up on that you may not, and vice versa. So just trying to get as much information as you can early in the season is definitely huge, especially with the format for champs this year and last year. There's just early season is a lot more important than a lot of people realize. So trying to basically cram for a test is how I would compare it. Just getting as much information as you can from other teams, or like we've been playing 3 scrim blocks for like it feels like a month straight at this point, putting in like 10-hour days. So. Like I said, I would definitely comparing it to cramming for a test.
And final question for you before we let you go. We've got Seattle Surge, your old team, going up against LA Gorillas. I got to get your pick here on the ARs. Do you feel the edge is for arcties or accuracy? I know you've been going up against these guys
Chris,
for years.
Are you setting me up right now? What type What type of question is this? Listen, I got Alec.
Okay. It was a good question. Better answer.
They're asking me who's better. What type of question?
You didn't ask who's better. You just said who.
You got your pick, not who's better. Wow.
It was a softball.
I mean, come on. I mean, that's the answer, though. Like, if I'm not going to say, that's wild. I can't believe this.
Lamar,
First win in the league, and they're setting me up like this.
We're going to talk about it more on the podcast. Octane, thank you so much for joining us. LA Thieves going home with a 1-0 on opening night, and we are not done yet. When we come back, we have the final series of opening day. You've made it, people. We're going. Match number 4, LA Gorillas, Seattle Surge, after the break.
for the opposition. Out there crushing any competition. Long range, yeah, I got the vision. When I'm in the trenches, anyone can get it. I'm with the team when they need me. Or out on a dolo mission. It get rocky riding on this road to riches. If I catch you slipping, then it's over finished. Ready, coming, heavy, aim steady, lights out, it's like gorillas. Not any, better one, not a many. Slide talents, empty, lights out, it's like gorillas.
One of the awesome surprises from last year was just how strong Seattle's surge was, with the veteran in accuracy holding down the main AR spot and then bringing in the youngsters underneath his leadership. Now we look at the standings, Nameless, and this Seattle surge squad is a team that kind of finished in the top 3 last season. They're coming in near the top of a lot of people's coaches' rankings. What do you see in this team right now as we kick off the new game?
A solid squad across the board. Everybody brings something to the table on this team, which is extremely impressive. And then also the teamwork aspect. Like, we talk about this game and how it plays out. You have to have teamwork, good communication on those breaks. And this team doesn't lack that at all. They were so solid throughout the year last year. They had, a period in time where they struggled a bit, but the most impressive part of that, Puckett, is they fought their way out of it and then won an event. Like, this team is the real deal. I'm expecting them to pick up right where they left off and be one of the top 3 teams in the game.
Now, I was living in New York City when the Subliners picked up Mac. The whole city became Mac fans right away. Yeah. Now he's playing for Seattle. But, Ali, you're not a Mac fan as much as you are a Pred fan. Why is Pred the guy that you are saying is the player to watch?
Listen, we gotta get the record straight. I am a Seattle Surge fan. I am a Mackenzie Meltz fan. I am a Civ, Accuracy, and Pred fan. But we do have to talk about the fact that last year they had 2 rookies, one of them being Rookie of the Year, and that has to be Pred. And we have to talk about it, right? Because we have to talk about he came from a different region and did what he did, taking home a win, being Rookie of the Year, and just amazing stats overall throughout the entire season.
Where'd he come from?
He came from Australia.
Australia?
He came from Australia.
With Miles' people.
Like, literally out of nowhere, and he has been lighting up the scene since. And I have to talk about, like, last year's stats. Like, he was in the top 5 overall KDs as a sub. Every other one was an AR. We talk about selling, we talk about attach, we talk about dashing in the top 5. Pred with a 1.09 overall last year and a 68% non-traded kill percentage. So he was constantly in high engagements and constantly coming out with 2 or 3 pieces and alleviating pressure on the map for his teammates. I am very excited to see what they do in this coming year.
In Aussie and America, I'm always cheering for them when it comes to Call of Duty. Nameless, though, they are going to have to go through a very tough squad representing LA. Yes. And LA, they just upped their big gun in a trade. We're going to see Arcedy's now playing for this squad. Tell me about what to expect from our purple team in this showdown.
I think this is the team with the biggest question mark over their head. People don't know what to expect. I mean, you're getting Arcedy's on this team, a fantastic leader. We saw what he did over there on the Atlanta phase, and then he's got to guide guys like Neptune, a guy who just went back down to Challengers, and he came out and he looked a lot better when he got that second opportunity. But Spart here being the AR duo alongside Arcedy's, this is the dynamic that I'm hoping is fantastic for this team. When Spart came into the league last year, he got MVP, he won a championship, and the guy was taking over in Search and Destroy. They won 9 straight Search and Destroys to get their championship, and then after that, LAG, they struggled. They didn't know who to place on their team. They swapped players in and out. They could never commit to a roster. Well, they're committing to Spartan Arcedy's with a 3-year contract, so they're hoping to get the most out of this guy.
Exactly. Lock them up, so trying to get the youngster and the old man for the long-term deals. And honestly, big props to the GMs behind the scenes there at LAG. You got a Rookie of the Year. You got a known entity who's got a ring.
Big moves.
Why not? Well, we've got the matchup ready to go here. Let's take a look at the maps real quick here and get our thoughts. Ali, where are we leaning? How do you see this playing out?
On our already off the bat, I'm mind blown. Fortress upon fortress, and then followed by 3 hotels. Should we get there? Again, I'm a little bit surprised on the fortress search and destroy continuously kind of being able to slip its way by. It's been very aggressive. It's been very high engagement right off the bat. So I'm interested to see that these teams are still letting it slide through, but also that triple hotel right at the end, that control is going to be probably one of the better ones, depending. It doesn't matter if you're on defense or offense, where defense has obviously been very heavy here when it comes to the spawn traps in this game.
And real quick, where are we leaning? You going blue or you going purple here?
I'm gonna go with LAG. They got good side first map.
It's done.
I feel like RC's gonna fry.
Seattle. There it is. It's done. We gotta go to the casters on the mic for this one. We got Miles and Chance. Let's close it out in a big way, fellas.
Thank you very much, Desk. Y'all are lit. It's been a long and beautiful day of Call of Duty. And, hey, I have got no idea which way this one goes, but either way, we're getting a double dose of Fortress, and then we're spending 3 nights at the Greenberg Hotel. Here we go, Chance in map number 1, Fortress Hardpoint. Let's get it.
Hey, look, I've seen that hotel. You just know that is an incredibly expensive stay. So, you know, we got to save up a little bit. But this is what's interesting. Seattle are spawning on the bad side. If you know that you're like the Team B and this comes through and you end up on the bad side on Badra, you might not have a good time, and that's not exactly the ideal start. So I think this is going to be like an all-year sort of situation of letting this map get through. How do you make up from quite literally the side you stomped?
Yeah, we heard Nameless bring it up saying that, you know, oh god, wait a minute. 3-piece Neptune, great start, 30 seconds remaining on P1. Nameless saying that, you know, LAG is starting good side on this map, and we're seeing why, ladies and gents, if you cast your minds back to Control, of course, the way this plays out, not easy to get out of that far right-hand side of the map, but so far, we've got a little bit of an open. Cred and Sid being the men to get that done. Arsty's posted up. He's going to find kills aplenty from here, but now they've managed to slip inside. That's going to be a tough move now for LAG to handle, although Chance, it's a great start.
Yeah, I mean, at least you get out towards like P2 though, so, you know, about as bad as P1's possibly going to get, but you have an open. You get the guys out of the power positions, and you at least have some wiggle room to work with, and more importantly, you're all over. Like this new hill, you're getting picked apart along the way, and it looks like LAG are just going to continue to fry. But maybe not worst case scenario with Pred in the mix, so Seattle, they have a bit of an opportunity.
So Pred, our Rookie of the Year, can fire up here on Fortress. Nice work from Sib, though, up close and personal there with the M4. It's a clean hard point, clean trophies, accuracy right back in with, though. No more reinforcements. Here comes Pred. Better late than never. Into the point that's going to keep it in the hands of Surge for now. But with 25 remaining, you're still thinking about new. That's what the right-hand side of the minimap's all about. Los Angeles Guerrillas with a late break. Next 20 seconds of theirs.
And just to stay on the theme with the spawn traps right now, yes, Seattle do have the rotation on the right side of the map, but you don't want to end up there by the time the hill, like if there's less than 20 seconds left on it, you have to find a way to actually get out. So see how Seattle's going to play it. And of course, step 1 is making sure you do hold on. I don't know if I see a trophy by accuracy yet. Well, there you go. He's got the coverage.
Right in the foliage there. Solid coverage from that trophy. Accuracy brought down. LAG wants to go on the approach. Whether it's good side, bad side, don't matter though. Sib, he fights forward. Mac in the kill feed as well. Wonderful work there from Surge. Keep it all together. 45 still remaining here on Fountain. Good work either way as the kills keep coming through. Still holding the time. Now's the moment though, Chance. You got 4 dead. You got to get out towards the next point.
Yeah, I tell you, that's making the best of a bad situation. Sid making a big play in that moment, but now the try is to, you know, get out of your spawn. No success there, and you can already see on the minimap, LAG. Maybe try to get Sib out of the hill if you have enough nades to make it happen, but you set up this trap.
We've seen this in a few times. A few different Call of Duties have hard points where, yeah, you might get the time, but you're going to lose the next one. What's the game plan here, Chance? Where the hell are these guys trying to go from here?
Well, right now, it's what? I mean, one player spot wrapping back towards the hill. Everybody else was trying to get into power positions, but in the meantime, accuracy has actually managed to slip through, but he gets caught out, and I mean, he was just full speed ahead, trying to sprint his way across, and you are just back to square one. Mac, the gate is not open. That gets shut down. It's only the top side of the map. LAG have consistently left that open. That just means you're able to at least get through the actual break. Well, that's step number 2.
This is it. They're finally out for Surge, looking to get towards that point. Kills are there. Accuracy and Sib. Good work. The trades are down. Over to the cannons, we now finally do get Seattle Surge. Neptune, the last man up and alive for his boys. Oh dear. This could get an ugly fight. He's managing to stay alive. Good work out of LAG. For now, is try to break in. And Neptune, the man with the trident in hand, no problem. Finds a few more. It's a 3-spree.
Well, ooh, I was going to say that might be number 4. Sib with a side kill. You don't see those too often anymore, but able to deliver in the moment. And maybe who can roam a little bit, or maybe chop it up just a little bit.
Oh, we might be facing a techno issue. No, it looks like everything's cool. We're leaning forward, leaning back. It might have just been a technical, a slight bug there, but for now, the play still seems to be continuing. Over to the next hard point, the blacksmith. Neptune's got himself the corner. This is one of the spots to be, ladies and gents. Accuracy's up next, no problem, taken care of. Sib's here, and this is beautiful shots out of Neptune. 9-7 overall. Bit of an inconsistent player throughout the Vanguard season. Didn't exactly get the chance to shine, and I think this LAG team chance to be him for life.
Oh, they're gonna see. Wow, life is such a long time. Now I'm getting all like
that's a long
deep
time.
all the time. No, that is quite a bit. And well, the life at least in the hill did not last very long. Seattle just instantly storming over through the front. Just can't get the second, but does the damage, and you still have the clearance towards the actual hard point. And this is the first time it's really felt like Seattle has had the opportunity to set up the spawn trap. LAG had sort of mixed success overall, but when you start on bad side, you tied up the game, you get LAG now pinned in the back, and it's going to be interesting to see how much of a run they can get, because I mean, you go to a 10-point lead, now you basically flip the script of how the game started. I think Seattle might start to take over.
Yeah, this is an amazing turnaround. Not an easy thing to do from bad side here on Fortress, but again, early days. Everything we've expected to see here in the Call of Duty League in the 2023 season somewhat turned on its head, and that's what our pros are all about, changing the game on a daily basis. 130 is now climbing chance. Surge are still in the driver's seat. The Blacksmith is going their way fantastically so far. God only knows what happens next.
And if you remember LAG, I mean, it was a couple different times where the spawn trap gets given up by just leaving the left side of the map open. Brett right now is shutting all of that down. Sib is posted up in the single window watching the left side. So right now, Seattle, I mean, this setup is as good as it gets. It has been a nearly perfect P1 hill thus far. And again, there are no openings on the map for LAG to work their way through. LAG couldn't hold this down. Right now for Seattle, it is perfect.
Wow, this is solid. Indeed, gameplay. Trophy's going to save him for a moment. Here comes the rest of the flood from LAG out through that art side of the map. Top side, bottom side, they can do what they can to get across, but man, that's one perfect P1 into P2 now, the Gallows. And immediately, Seattle Surge, they have not stopped for a single moment. It's a 5 spree from Sib. It's 2 for Mac. And now it's a listen in with Seattle Surge.
They're stunned.
One more there.
Stunned. One more.
Let's get Kyler.
Look front.
We're missing Kyler.
Top rails.
Top rails.
Oh, he's behind me. Top pot.
Alright, I have your side door.
He's gonna come to you, Dante.
I heard you.
I'll spawn out. I'm on you.
Right here.
In the back dead. One more in the back, guys.
Second arch.
Nice. Alec, second arch. Hit 3 times. Alec.
Other cross.
Challenge him.
You're gonna come side door on me. Where's our new big kills?
Yeah, I'm on you.
I hear him.
Second arch and first arch. Second arch, Alex. Second arch and first arch. Alex, second arch.
One shot, first arch.
Get to
I have a trick for new, guys.
One
already ran across P5.
Going top part.
We're gonna try to get a kill in maps.
Yeah, try to get a kill.
I stun over P1. I stun him over gate.
I'm looking top circle. I can't see him from top part.
He's like in the corner.
One's on the map. Old flank.
Yeah, watch your back.
Top circle dead.
One's on the map city.
Oh, stop out.
Cages, low.
Nice. I'm running through gate.
I got him. Nice. On time.
Yeah, go out. I ran through gate. Backside time.
Nice.
I'm holding map flank. Hold gate. I made a P1. P1 dead. I
have my front.
I'll get gate. Hold on, I have gate.
I can see top maps. I can see top.
Cage. I'll spawn front. I don't have gate. I do not have gate.
One more front. Nice. I'm good. Alec.
Magical moment right now for Surge. Hit fire there from accuracy. 4 spree. This could be game chances. Looking magnificent.
I mean, could be game. It has been game for a long time now. I mean, I think LAG, they were up like 105 to like 85 or 90 or something like that. And Seattle just legit went on like 130 to nothing run. I mean, again, the theme of the map is the spawn trap. LAG got gifted the good side, and they did get the lead off of it, but multiple times let people out the left side of the map. Seattle, when they had the opportunity, I mean, literally just a stranglehold on Al-Bagr Fortress. I mean, that's textbook. That's how you do it. At one point for Seattle, all 4 players were on like a 4 or 5 plus like kill streak as individuals. And I mean, again, there was no looking back there. So I think maybe that'll be the, if Team B lets the Al-Bagr through and they're going to get bad side on this map, they're doing it when they're confident that the other team doesn't have enough for them. And LAG definitely did not have enough that game.
Jesus! 24 and 10, 3,000 damage from Sib. Big work from him. Stats that prove already to not mean terribly much in Modern Warfare 2. We'll see how that evolves over the course of the season. So don't take away too much from this, but damn, that was one hell of a show coming out of Seattle Surge. Once they hit that listening, don't really look back. Chance, you called it, man. 3 hard points with that single point garnered from LAG. They could not make anything happen there. Damn. Fortress, brutal, manages to slip through, but don't put your shoes on just yet, friends. We're going to stay on Fortress for Search and Destroy after these highlights.
Yeah, and I think these highlights are going to be what? Here's the good things LAG did for the first, like, 2 minutes of the game, and then it's just going to be a non-stop, like, Seattle highlight reel. And I think they really just did start to completely take over. And even just, like, keeping track of the score, like, up towards the top. This was all because they started at the good side. LAG, they had, what, a 50 or 60-point lead just going into P3. But as soon as they lost any semblance of control, there you go, 105 to 90. I think it ended up 213 to 105. So, I mean, I don't know. They got introduced to the blender, spun around in the cycle, and I don't know. They have to wait for map 2. Go back to Albagger again.
I mean, this was an incredible turnaround from Surge. We will stress this spawning on this side of the map here on the fountain side, the B team spawn, is not an easy place to come out from, but kudos to Seattle Surge for making that one happen. LAG certainly get this one slipped from them, but hey, still early days for that squad. 250 to 126 there in the opening map. Staying on Fortress there for Search and Destroy. The triple dose of Hotel. 3 expensive nights in the Greenberg, I forget what it's called, but we're going to see that come up in a moment. Of course, Control, Hardpoint, Search and Destroy, if we have to go deeper into the series. The Search, though, Chance, I've already seen it, kind of dumb lit on Fortress. Very speedy game.
I also think Seattle are going to be a very fun team to watch on it. I would say, like, thematically, especially through Vanguard, they were playing hardpoint where, like, accuracy, his entire job was just to be in the hill and let his teammates fry. Well, this is one of the first times I've seen it was actually Mac that had the most kill time, and I think accuracy was 3rd in that category. So they switch up their style based on the map. Their S&D last year, it was the same kind of thing of like, oh, okay, we can plant the bomb on Berlin and just leave accuracy and AR in the back of the map in one of 37 clutch spots. And it just makes sense to play the game this way. So I want to see like what their like evaluation of Albagger Fortress S&D is going to be like, see what idea they have and like see how they play it. Because I do think Surge is one of the better teams at like identifying sort of like a standard, but like your default best way to play something. So I think they'll be a fun team to watch, map 2.
It will be a fun team to watch indeed. Seattle Surge, a squad that simply oozes confidence, and whether it's in or out of game, they are having a great time. Vibes at an all-time high. And I would honestly say the same thing about LAG. I mean, just coming into this matchup, based on what we've seen, based on what we've heard about, you know, the impact that RTX is having on the squad, of course, Neptune being a newcomer here as well, it's been good. It's been very, very good. It's been a great turnaround. Seattle Surge, obviously a very, very tough opponent. One of the few teams that did not make a roster change coming into the Modern Warfare 2 season. And Hook, he is locked.
That's not a frozen camera.
That's like, not a frozen cam.
That is actual reality in this moment. But
he's bringing the Major 2 Undertaker stare vibes to online games. That's how locked Hook is.
That is interesting. I don't know how much has he talked about this a lot of like I don't know, is there like a book he read or like a mental switch, or if this like if he just finds this is the rhythm that like keeps him at his best. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but it's always a slightly scary sight to see someone locked in quite to that level.
He is locked. Well, we'll see if he can remain locked going to the Fortress S&D. Very, very different game to the hardpoint we saw there, because that was a very exciting run around things. We'll see what happens, though, coming up on this Search and Destroy. Snipes chance, Fortress, doubt it. Doubt it.
Well, Octane, hey, we saw Octane from multiple rounds pull it out. Like, you can do it if you really want to.
Hey, that's true. That's true. That's true. The Greenberg will await us in just a brief moment. Of course, Hotel and Spa, ladies and gems. But until then, we will stick it out here on Fortress for the Search and Destroy. I mean, dude, we can see anything coming up on this bad boy. I mean, this is early days. This is day 1 of the 2023 season. It's all going to be happening, brother. It's all coming down to a climactic showdown at Champs later on in the year. We'll see what happens. Into the Fortress now we go. Tough run of things for quite a few teams we've seen so far, but a 6-0, of course, the Rocker Optics series in Search and Destroy. We'll see if we can get another 6-0 here and move things along.
Hey, nice moves by Neptune as well. You saw Pred was trying to hunt him down towards the middle of the map, but that is a big first blood to be able to deliver. Now, I was going to say, I talked a bit about Seattle, but Spark, S&D kit, always solid in the game mode. Civ, you good?
Wait a minute. 2v4. It ain't a good round for Surge.
Where could he have possibly thrown that nade to hit his teammate directly underneath him?
I mean, if I speak up,
Miles, man.
What the f? Nonsense. Nonsense. Either way, though. We're making
what is going on,
What's going on? Who's killing who and why? I need answers. Well, either way, Spark's going to recover the bomb. 1v3. 1v2. Siv's alive. Technically 2 kills in the round because he took care of Mac, but who's counting?
Siv is trapped, though. Number 5 does have the cross. RCDs.
Lets
him through.
Spark's gone. Turn around immediately. Wait for it. Pops the doors. Siv could... No way.
Search and destroy.
One he knows, too. He knows. One of his teammates called out RCDs that he spotted on the cross, so he knows he was...
Wait, 1v1. Wait a minute. No! It was close. It was so close, and he's smiling. Knows how close to a preposterous round.
I'm pretty sure that was a spectator. I know, I don't... He's like sitting in the P1 corner from his POV, but one of his teammates definitely did. And whether it was spectator or just like the helmet cam, based on the way he was like flying out of the doors, he was ready for RCs to be on that side of the map. So that is a heck of a try for round 1. But also, don't team kill Mac. What? I don't get it.
There was a team kill on the other side as well.
I know.
Crazy. We're still rolling though. Mac's gonna get that bomb. We lose.
30 seconds left.
Bomb's gonna get planted at A. Here comes the 40-second timer.
I think maybe Sid could break this down if he's playing like the super off angle. Yeah, he was the first one to engage. Hook walks off the Semtex. He's able to move just away, but 3v4, they're trying to...
10 seconds. We took the loss that round. Be ready for the next.
Like a bulldozer right now through the backside. Comes down to Mac. He gets 1, 2. Wait a minute. No. Done. There's a couple with him, but Neptune's going to be there. Spartan defused. Good round.
Switching sides.
Hey, just great picks overall on both.
Search and destroy.
Well, not that it's complicated where Prev's going to be. Bottom green both times, but either way, doubled up on the first bloods, and I think that is...
All hunters, plant a charge on the target and destroy it.
Going to be more important.
Bomb secure.
Especially because everything is super tight. Everybody's going to be around the same building or in the archways, and because your footsteps are going to be too loud. Yeah, the time standing right next to you. Moments that can be, difficult to screw up in a sense. So, LAG get the picks, they deliver, and more action down there. Looks like maybe off to the P1 side of the map.
1 minute left.
The interesting thing that we might be revisiting this year is that this is a difficult situation to screw up. Let's see how those words ring out across the Modern Warfare 2 year. For now, though, stalemate. Very quiet. We're going to see a slight peek through the arch there as Accuracy, the man, looking towards this one.
That round's ours. Let's win another.
Needs to get the bomb down. Number 6, by the way, I think Hook might have been shooting at the play from the top window. He gets back down, so Seattle...
30 seconds.
Switching sides.
Denny pop, now he can make a real move. Accuracy's managed to get
search and destroy.
Desperately trying to clear out these remaining players, but sneaky little Neptune. There's the fight. Big win from Neptune. Trades out immediately once again. Last man up, Sib.
Hunter 1 set security on the objective.
Second kill, he's able to get this round, and now it's just about the chow, and you see the shoulder being thrown. Bomb is clear. We are good to go. Send in Hook for the final kill. So 3 on the round there for the nuke. Efficient stuff, and obviously 3 rounds in a row for LA. Just good work to be able to get the bomb down. I think you see the idea. It's 1 AR and accuracy. We've already seen the little crack spot under the doors where you can spot it. He's calling that out to Civ.
Last minute.
The other archway is actually trying to get the kill, and even though Civ gets the first blood,
we won that round. Now do it again.
Opportunity for the clutch plays playing around it.
Surge now on
switching sides.
Interesting looks. A little slower. But that right hand side.
Search and destroy.
The archway. We're going to see plenty of players taking little peeks through there. Mac's going to be able to get the bomb down. Doesn't get away with his life though.
Hunter 1, set a charge on the target and detonate it. Charge secured.
Just over 30 seconds on this one. Seattle have given up the bomb site.
Planting bomb at Alpha.
They're so worried about the flank too.
Device in place. Countdown started.
Gets the freebie, or he hand deliver it to his teammates. The chow comes. Brett and Sid, the two CDL rookie all-stars from last year. They were busy. I mean, funnily enough, the round before that was the exact same thing. You die basically off the bomb, but you still get it down, and then you clutch the 3v4.
That round's ours. Let's win another.
For the moment, I thought LEG were just giving up the bomb plant for free. And the 4 nades came in at the exact same time, and I said, oh, okay, maybe the timing
Switching sides.
You got the manpower to throw it.
Search and destroy.
That's wasteful, but guaranteeing the win, and that's what everyone played for there. 3-1. Is this the start of the comeback now for Seattle Surge?
All hunters, secure a perimeter around the objectives.
Slim to none on this map?
like mid to late round adjustments. Like if you ever get a couple quick hits and like extra time to work with, you could daddy pop it and work through like P1, but off the rip, nah, that'd be bold to try to get an all-out B hit unless you know a team doesn't actually watch it. It'll definitely be A at the start for the majority of the rounds. The nade to back down.
The enemy planted at Bravo.
First kill.
Oh, come on! I mean, accuracy is still on those stairs.
We lost that round. Stand by for the next one.
And the setup around this, I mean, you know, the rest of the team's posted it up. Pause in front. In and out like a light, but is it enough time?
Switching sides.
Maybe. 20 seconds, 2 players remain.
Search and destroy.
But he doesn't have the bomb or the angle enough. Just gonna get shut down there. Might have had a couple freebies up top, but too good of a trap.
All hunters detonate the target to win.
Accuracy, I think sitting on the donut before that round.
We've secured the bomb.
Gets the follows it up with a second. Under the impression from this point on in the CDL match.
You truly never know. Still another round, back to back. Comeback. 3-0 deficit. Surge now 1 away from the equalizer.
1 minute left.
And back to the down low fight. 2 SMBs potentially dueling it out, and Hook hasn't quite come through the door, so little setback. Neptune has found the free 2-piece. Oh, he's so sneaky. Look at him go.
So sneaky. He might be able to get another one in. The stun check lands, connected, passed over. Absolutely melted.
Down to you. Finish the mission.
I mean, who knows that playing prop bomb would have paid off, right? I think Octane used this spot earlier. TJ comes in.
30 seconds remain.
A little bit less ready for that spot is Seattle.
We took the loss that round. Be ready for the next.
Sid, he nearly touched the 1v3. 1v2 is much easier and down low. We matchup between these two AR players.
Daddy Alec, though, the read is there.
Switching sides.
Finds the timing.
Search and destroy.
And we stop the run right there. 4-2 now. No equalizer. Daddy Alec, what a play.
All hunters defend the objectives.
The phase needed in the most, he's done it time and time again. Put the squad in his backpack, made a huge play, massive turnaround moment in his repertoire. And he's looking to get it for LEG as well.
Those really are sort of the money maker. Absolutely phenomenal our season. 2-time world champ, so that is the expectation to clutch those ones and maybe to have everybody in line. I think he spots them all in a
minute
to handle. He gets shot for the first blood, and this is a serious advantage Seattle now has.
Yeah, this is big. No RCTs.
We won that round. Now do it again.
Spot. There's one. And that's a big win for Mag. That's a 3 spree.
And accuracy is going to see his feet underneath.
Switching sides.
It's hopeless. Oink. Not a fun stun grenade to hit.
Search and destroy.
They haven't chased him.
There's just nowhere to go. I mean, number one, Sid, he's got the cross. You can see out both the windows. Max got the pinch towards the back. Superman.
Hunter 1, charge on the target and detonate it. We have the device.
Still alive, still kicking. Deadly pop could get a plant. Seattle are going to hold this. Wait a minute. Oh, okay, fine. It's done. Woohoo! What a round that could have been.
That is the goofiest movement I've ever seen. It is funny, you know, I think today a lot of the players we're seeing Fry are like the old heads, like Scump was dropping
1 minute left.
It was the first series we casted. I already forgot. It was, yeah, I've already said him, but like a lot of the OGs in a game with no, like, you know, what's it called? The slide? Well, how am I forgetting this?
I don't know. We call it advanced movement. That is cap. But slide
cancel. How did I forget slide cancel? Yeah, the first game we've had in such a long time without a slide cancel. And now you got one of the new guys, Neptune, literally bouncing face first off a rail and flying.
30 seconds left.
Hey man, you do what you can. Everyone stacked up on the bottom side of the stairs. Here we come through A1. This is going to be one hell of a hit. Mac will get away with his life. Whoa, wait, his there might not be enough numbers here to make this work. The Gallows exactly held print on the flank. Beautiful work. Gets himself a second. It's a delight. Equalizer. Massive round out surge.
And that is just the major theme when these guys are stacking.
Bomb secure. We lost that round. Stand by for the next one.
Gets the big 2-piece, seals the deal, and that is
switching sides
for Sid as well. Maybe he hasn't clutched
search
either the
and destroy
against RCDs, but both of those where he's in 1v2s and 1v3s, so he is definitely finding a massive amount of kills along the way.
Hunter 1 set security on the objectives.
Team's comms, making something big happen based on the information. Very smart player, very aggressive player.
That round's ours. Let's win another.
Seattle don't have to burn too many of their nades. That's why I think Sid holding up that 7-tex and that seems a little bit crazy. And now you see they're actually making moves.
Switching sides.
So Accurate's to be the first man to spot the cross, and as soon as he gets
search
intel,
and destroy.
That's when Seattle is going to pounce.
I mean, we are playing with pixels here. That is exactly what we're seeing. Here comes the info. There's the feed.
All hunters, plant a charge on the target and destroy it. You've secured the device.
One of the bomb site we know go. Here comes the quick one. It's a 2v3.
And you just got to wall bang it too, and you're getting flanked as well. And they're concerned about it, and Sid found the kill. And Accuracy, he read the flank, but it doesn't matter. Now Orsides is
planting bomb at Bravo. Stand by.
And that way 1v1.
All hunters, devices set. Stand by to detonate.
Checking every possible corner, every possible angle is going to be enough, though. Will he get it all done? This is for kill number 6. This is for streaks. There's 15 seconds at the very end. The streak would be sweet. There's a change. The round is safe, and most likely his life is as well, but you never know. Wait a minute. Pistol in hand, ends the spree. Map point, LAG.
Because then they can actually just fly around the map and make moves. A ridiculous change of pace, but there had to have been some angle up top.
Just you now. Finish the mission.
So close to delivering.
All hunters, mission accomplished. Lack a job.
Away, but LAG have clutched in those, you know, sort of nail-biter situations time and time again. And there's one more remaining.
Oh my god, who has flown forward and he paid for it? But the attempt was there, the damage was done, but no kill. Fred now on the inside. Spark's going to level it up with a nice nade. 3v3. A pacey round indeed. Can Seattle Surge force to round 11?
They are taking that as well. Maybe waiting for that next pick to fall through, but RCDs is watching the P1 side of the map, so they got all their bases covered. A little bit of a standoff down low between the two SMGs, and in the meantime, Sid finds the kill, so man advantage over Seattle. Neptune, it looks like he's starting to creep up and make moves, but yeah, too good of an angle, too patient of a play. Seattle should have this one in the bag.
Last man RCDs, and is top of the tip of the truck. He's got killed. Pop Daddy got out with his life. This is not over yet. 30 seconds on the bomb. Oh. Maybe. Ankles. Clearly not his thing. Oh no. It's fallen to pieces. It's round 11. I swore RCT saw it. I could have sworn.
Maybe one of his teammates on the feet through the rails down low, but I think Brett had the perfect pinch anyway, so nowhere for RCTs to go. First round 11 of the year, is it not?
Ooh, it is indeed.
It only took us 3.5 series to get here.
Ice check now for both teams. Is it the tried and true Seattle Surge, or is the new look for the LAG squad? Round 11, here we go.
I will say the biggest problem for Seattle, I think, on this map for a lot of the rounds they haven't won is Pred just getting picked off for that first blood. So I think the setup's going to be the exact same. Accuracy watching the exact same cross. It's just a matter of like waiting for the play to actually come through and coordinating the nades before any player falls.
Sib looking for kill number 16 here in the search. Gunfire prattling out across the map. Pred now. That's it. He's had enough. Oh, the timing was good. Gone. Damage again. Bomb down. They're out. Advantage LAG.
Close those doors as well. Close those doors and try to make it a little bit confusing. Mac working the deep side, but RCT's even deeper. That way 2 versus 4. Sib and Accuracy trying to deliver.
She's out. Doubles back a little bit. Throwing more than shoulders. Oh, it's throwing more than shoulders here. Sib's going to try to get involved. Can't get it done. Accuracy now done. All he possibly can. Beam's good. Time, though, not on his side.
Hard point.
3 bullets as well. It is simply not going to be enough. Even in this game. LAG, the lead pays off. It may have come down to the wire, but they do manage to secure the map.
And they just play around Fred perfectly. I mean, if you love alliteration, that is for you, but how many like a standard sort of default setup for all the guys on Seattle delivering excellent, basically telling Fred, here's the information, now but LAG, time and time again, we're doing in the meantime, so Fred never really
personnel at the hard point.
So many of those 1v3, 1v2.
Location next hard point. Get ready.
Actually succeed with the extra round win. So hell of a try. Hell of a stat line.
The 2023 season so far. And there we go, Fortress. We finish it. The chapter is now. Towards Hotel we go for control. First game of the season. We'll be too disappointed. What a way to close out a ridiculous day. Before we get to that, ourselves. Now it's time for
enemies in Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area. Hardpoint relocating. Stand by. Enemy personnel at the hardpoint relocated. Secure the target area. Fast hand. Confirming next hardpoint. Stand by. Location updated. Capture the hard point. Enemies inside the perimeter. Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area. Locating the next hardpoint. Get ready. Enemy personnel at the hardpoint. Target area updated. We've taken the lead. Hardpoint relocating. Stand by. Hardpoint relocated. Secure the target area.
Scan the QR code on the screen to sign up today. You'll not only get the latest CDL updates straight to your inbox.
Get a chance with a team pack, and I've got a chance to help.
Confirming next hardpoint.
How you doing, brother? First round living.
I'm doing great. I'm just ripping strats from Poland.
Location updated. Capture the hardpoint. You're halfway to mission complete. Stay sharp.
Getting sort of a default standard overview of the map. But the hotel A is gonna get by the team on offense. The real battle does go over that D zone.
Enemy inside the perimeter.
Successfully hold on to that defense because I do think defense is
Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area.
like, 60-40, 65-35, like yeah, but what do we talk about? I mean, if you're Boston,
The hardpoint.
I'm also looking forward to online cam.
The next hardpoint. Get ready.
The camera there on the right-hand side always makes me chuckle.
Target area updated. Move to the hardpoint.
It's their facility, the Seattle Surge facility. The PCs. An incredibly exciting debut into the CDL. He led the Call of Duty League in damage on control.
Secure the area.
Certainly turned a lot of heads all the way back to the classic, the very, very start of the year, and right all the way to the brilliant opener here from Civ, and of course, Steve. Turnaround for guys who've just entered the
Hardpoint relocating. Stand by.
Pressure on the to meet it at nearly every occasion. So kudos to both of them. They're great. great stuff. And again, a wonderful tournament for the entire Seattle Surge organization, Chance.
Location updated. Capture the hard point. Enemy inside the perimeter.
Inconsistencies rookies on the team. That would be CDL also.
Enemy personnel at the hard point.
Conversation instead of year, it will turn to MVP candidate of the year. Specifically, chance time was certainly looking like he was the best player in the game. And now we're going into a situation at Mw2.
Hard point compromised. Secure the area.
I will say, sleep with it, because we talked about these two players so much.
Enemy personnel at the hard point.
The team, like of the core four. I don't know if you remember it slightly. But one of the craziest.
Confirming next hard point. Stand by. Enemy personnel at the hard point.
It was the carrier KD of when they have the bomb versus when they don't. And Matt quite
hard point relocated. Secure the target area.
And I think the league average literally dropped like 0.4 or 0.5 search. The bomb. And that was default to that role the entire time. And it's just like he's forced in the spot where he's never going to get the spotlight, but does so much to start taking advantage of it anytime back.
Hard point compromised. Secure the area.
I think it was our very own Tim Takes who managed to get that stab. Very, very excited that we get Mac, the playmaker. Boom, just like that, we're good to go. As you saw, fist bumps are out, ready to party. Here we go.
Enemies inside the perimeter. Locate the next hard point. Get ready. We've got them on the run. Keep it up.
Hotel, we now go for a quick game of control. First to 3. Let's find what happens.
Location updated. Capture the hard point.
Let's see how this one unfolds.
I'm just looking at I just like I've never seen these guitars before. Like I need to my PC.
Well, look, you got it set for like max FPS. We're dressing things up here to make sure that's what you can't observe it. Just like the box in the middle of the zone. It's full of, I mean, there's one of those, I believe. There's all sorts of
enemy personnel at the hard point. Hard point relocating. Stand by.
Oh, that's what it is. There's a bar down there until the bullets start releasing everything.
Hard point relocated. Secure the target area.
Hey, let's say P, ladies and gentlemen, because that's the way we like to roll. But yeah, trans control.
Hard point secure the area.
The predictions for the map being played is like A is going to get captured probably 90. Like it's almost thematically like Tuscan in the sense of you have one site that you want to capture at some point, and it's just a matter of just like pour the pressure on.
Enemy
zone, so I would wager
mission complete. Solid work.
Breaks on the map. The team on offense will just try to cook something up over towards B to hope that they can get those takes and actually capture that point and work from there.
We like to hear it. So eyes on for the action as we get the lobby rebuilt and get all the players back into this one. Roll on towards map number 3. We will definitely be seeing another hard point here on Hotel at the very least. If we have to go the full distance for the game 5, the search and destroy, which should be a lot of fun as well. For those playing in the mosh pit, take notes, friends. This is how the game is sort of meant to be played at the highest level. We're still learning, of course, the very first day here of the 2023 season. Full of drama, man. True drama. And then, you know, in-game drama as well. We've had a little bit of everything so far. If it's any indication of how the rest of the year is going to go, gosh darn, I'm well excited.
Yeah, I don't think I had on my bingo card that Minnesota and Optic were going to be like blood rivals by the end of the day. But there was some spicy tweets, some spicy moments. And I have to imagine plenty of people are going to be having fun with that. And those poor Twitter accounts, even Standy was catching strays, you know? Like
that was the funniest thing that happened today.
Players. Yeah, it's tough. So that'll be a fun one to pay attention to long term. Minnesota, maybe just, do they have all the rivalries? Because I think one of the matches I'm most looking forward to is Minnesota versus Toronto. Because that's like the Toronto like 2-2 split going to the different organizations. So that's going to be a fun one. I mean, Rocker, they got a target on their back at this point.
It's a lot of fun, though. Hey, man, we love a rivalry. And if you love a rivalry as well, why don't you buy a jersey and start some good stuff here at the league, ladies and gentlemen? Check out the CDL store. We've got an extensive collection of the official CDL apparel and merchandise, including we've got some classic favorites. We've got everything from team jerseys and hoodies. It is shop.callofdutyleague.com. Gear up today. All of the new kits, as you can see on your screen, all your faves. Everyone got to design their own jerseys now, and they do look lovely. Of course, all of that available at the shop.callofdutyleague.com. Now, if you're not like some people and you don't want to wear the gear out of game, dive in the game. You can get all these packs available in the Call of Duty store as well. Because you can, I mean, look, you can dress up top to bottom. And if, you know, you're like some people, that top right LA Thieves skin, jet black. It seems to be helping some people in Al Mazrah find an extra double or two. But either way, friends, the kill time in this game is so fast, it doesn't matter who sees who, or if you can't be seen or whatever, you die in a split second regardless. FaZe all the way down to Vegas Legion, everyone looking spiffy in their brand new in-game kits. All of this available right now at the in-game Call of Duty store. So get your points, get your cash, dive in there and dress up like your favorite team. Tons of that available. I'm currently rocking, I think, the Toronto Ultra skin right now, looking very lovely in the mosh pit. Also running the plain white Call of Duty League skin, because that's kind of our team, Charles, isn't it?
Yeah, I'll take that. I think then our team might be one of the higher selling ones. It's funny to me, though. I'm seeing so many of those jerseys for like the first time just because 80% of the team like even in Warzone, it's just skin is just out and about. So that is, I mean, perhaps the smartest move that has been made this offseason is just the design of that jersey.
You know what we can do this when you see it, approximately, you know what I mean? Based on the in which you see them, you can make assessments and easy judgments. And now the Qualifiers.
Personnel at the hard point.
Dice roll.
We secured the lead.
The numbers together, and it's below average.
What happens when you see a Seattle Surge jersey?
Locating the next hard point. Get ready.
That's like coming across a Florida Mutineer skin in Cold War. You're like, damn, this is a player. This is probably a Challengers player. They got
location updated. Capture the hard point.
It's like when Cold War when you saw an optic skin, free kill every time. You know what I mean?
I'll just hit you with a hard no comment on that one, but hard to disagree.
Compromise. Secure the area.
Hopefully, it would be loading into hotels before anyone else's mentions get flamed, and I think with the fist bumps out, and a smile on Hoop's face.
Lost the lead.
It's always simple to smile.
Well, the skins are nasty.
Enemies in the perimeter.
Here we go.
Where's the loot? With the guitars?
The loot. There's another one in P2. P2 there's a loot. And I think look, brother. We'll do a little map walkthrough just you.
Hardpoint relocating. Stand by. Enemy personnel at the hard point.
In one room, I find that kind of weird for such a large place. Like either way, into the control. We now go. 30
target updated. Move to the hard point.
Second blood.
Fast hands online.
The next man to try to take down. They succeed in the pressure on the B zone.
It's kills from two from red, right off the rip, and B. A quick word. You've still got players on the outside though. Involved. Nice shot. Watching out for a lot in this game as 3 clean kills come through from Surge. Basically done. But keep an eye on the time in that situation. Now, the cut-off kills here. Is done.
We have taken the lead.
Like this is spot and back does the damage. Someone there for the trade.
Confirming next hard point. Stand by.
A lot of players just gotta wait one shot. Now it's Sim trying to work with Yak on the flip side, and it is back collecting all.
Hardpoint relocated. Secure the target area.
Back in the mix in Seattle.
Hardpoint compromised.
Go for it. Heavy tags. Cleanup kills are there, but the round is done. Seattle Surge, very succinct work here in the opening round.
The enemy is taking the lead.
Entirely happy. Like couches in the middle of the map.
Enemy personnel at the hardpoint.
That's as clean as you're really gonna see around. That is by the book. That is done to perfection. That is very defensive side, and again, not by a.
Locating the next hardpoint. Location updated. Capture the hardpoint.
It's gonna be with all the details in these maps. It's involved as well, and oh my good God. High. Defensively, very sound out Surge.
Yeah, and well, now if you're talking about Pi, they might be stuck there for quite some time.
Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area.
I think a couple players have turned their arrow a few different times, but they guessed the wrong door and down, suffocating.
So though, oh, nice win at Neptune.
Enemies inside the perimeter.
Goes through. Daniela getting a kill, but that's fine for now. But this game is.
Stand by.
Pandemonium across the map, shots for less than 50 seconds to go here.
Yeah, I mean, so the spot that Sim is right down the bottom.
Target area updated. Move to the hardpoint compromised. Secure the area.
So Seattle are going to know exactly what they need to deal with. Hook's the only one that's actually been able to get out, so that will be the opening for LAG to actually try.
You're halfway to mission complete. Keep it up.
Clear out Sim of this position. They're spawning across the map from B, and it's just a hike across the map to try to make something happen.
It's possible that Seattle are aware that that point was getting captured slowly.
Now at the hardpoint.
Defensive lineup shifts over towards B. Neptune once again. Try to snap out Sid, who's still running amok.
Finally, though, Sid falls, so maybe you can hope for a bit of a closer spawn and in that moment, but there's going to be a round.
Stand by.
They still have to clear out their own base, and there's always someone there being annoying.
Still being annoying. Spots trying to go toe to toe with Prey.
Hardpoint relocated. Target area.
Move now. Tries to fly forward. The numbers are working out for LEG. They only have one line down. Man's on the map defense. Can they get in towards the B zone? Yes.
It is hard because even like once you can clear out your top and bottom bedroom, you can clear out the plat, and it's still not easy to get B. You have to get trophies out. Steps to right back in position, cornered up, ready to go. Everything they have coming.
Last hit of this one. They're going to go fast though, lads.
Hardpoint compromised. Security.
Kills it there. Can Hook find one and maybe dive on it? No, you've checked the wrong corner, mate.
Hardpoint relocating. Stand by.
Here we go. 2 seconds. Anyone there? Shots are good. They stop. And 0 point. Done. 0. Unlucky.
Location updated. Capture the hardpoint.
They're down in the segments as well. Chance should be able to go to the final.
You know, it's day one. These are, you know, hot takes abound, but Seattle do just look a little bit more well orchestrated in the respawn game mode. So getting back to this in B, but I mean, map one, there's
enemy
a section
personnel
now by the fortress, and so far 2 back-to-back rounds where they're just efficient, well orchestrated from Seattle. Staying pretty up. I mean, sophomores, the two all.
No major scores there. Chance nobody get the kill. Pressure now still mounted. Exciting and extremely efficient.
Confirming next hardpoint. Stand by.
The first go around. 3 are in control. Is this the dagger over towards B?
We've got him on the run. Keep it up. Hardpoint relocated. Secure the target area.
gunfights like that. But still, no actual pressure on this B zone. You see the middle of the map has been dominated. You're still not going to get this zone, so Seattle are just on the opposite side of the map.
Caption B now. Enemies inside the perimeter.
Getting thrown. Good. Spark going to make a step. She's got iron. He's going to plant it, stay there, and not move. Here comes a gunfight. Lightning Fox going to move there. Sims back onto it. Ball's going their way. Spot, last man here on the defense, and he's been taken.
Get ready.
Is it enough? Man alive, back and forth.
Just like it. Actually, just straight up go for A. They're not getting a close spawn.
Target area updated. Move to the hardpoint compromised. Secure the area.
Seattle are spawning in kitchen. I'm gonna say Neptune was quick to be there on defense. Sip just shredded it.
Enemies inside the perimeter.
Isn't going to be enough to seal the deal. Hold on to it for quite some time. No step.
Enemy personnel at the hardpoint.
There's only one stacked on the point for the moment. You can take your time and look for these kills. Brad will get a
enemy personnel at the hardpoint. Confirming next hardpoint. Stand by. Enemies inside the perimeter.
Massive work from Sid. Smooth dancing. Fantastic centering. You get those 2 kills. He's gone. 1 minute to play with. Life count relatively.
Location updated. Capture the hardpoint.
Advantage isn't going to amount to a whole lot here because you're going to burn through these lives. Sid on a 4 and son 22 and 9.
Man, I gotta get that class. I feel like he's killing before this second.
What the grip is, man. It's not true. Either way, though. Oh my good god. He's frying. He's in the attachments. Probably not.
Hardpoint compromised. Secure the area. We've lost the lead.
And he's gonna be the player he's forcing these spawns out, but his teammates still spawning out in his kitchen. So we're gonna have to stop this clock. Game online. LAG. That is a nice little spurt. He might have just staggered them. Now Seattle, they're gonna be forced. You have to fly towards this point. You're gonna get shot in the back.
Locating the next hardpoint. Get ready.
Should have this one ready.
They should for 10 seconds. Will it no kills? Will it come down to a moment on the point? It is possible. There's the stop. Kills are there. Neptune finds 2. Once again. Not over just it's not over just there. It's point there. Trying to kill LG stay alive.
Neptune like in the back. Maybe there's the opportunity.
Mission failed. Return to base.
Towards the end, but a little bit too much pressure left towards the end, and it was definitely not a shot at Civ. I mean, he's like 20 or something like that. This entire series. Right now, LAG, they got to respond in the slang column. Civ has been, or slang column rather. Civ has been taking them to task, and now you got to find a way to win on offense. And it will be a B hit off the rip. Who could be roaming towards the middle of the map and maybe look for an errant killer too, but he gets shut down instantly, and now his teammates in effectively a 3v4 at the harder point to capture. Good luck with this one.
Hey man, sometimes all you need is a little bit of luck. We're still committing towards B. All angles covered right now for Seattle Surge, and we're waiting for that push forward again. The sort of trap you had Seattle put LAG in the previous rounds was so strong, forcing them to spawn that kitchen side. But for now, I mean, it has to come down to big wins. It's got to be big kills across the board for Seattle Surge because they're quite spread defensively.
I gotta say, the Dolphin dive gets me every time, but they're trying. Yeah, dude, they're trying to find it through the middle of the map. Yeah, that's it. He just kills faster.
Can we get a trade here, man? That's the plan. Sib's still holding that capture side. He's posted up. Nep's going to try and find it. Unconnects onto the point. We now finally go for the capture. 30 seconds. We're pausing it. That's a big win. Nep's there to back him up. You're off the point, though. Keep an eye on the time.
Everyone on Seattle is either full flanking or trying to cut in through mid, so they're not even hitting from the back right now. It is just the full wraps, and there's Mac, the hero for the team from the top rope. Give him the 3 and maybe number 4, but he leaves Arcides by himself. Credit to Arcides, he does what he can, but 15 seconds left on the clock. Now you got to sprint yourself over towards A, but I mean, accuracy potentially ready to pinch. Sid may be ready to just gun people to bed, and that'll be the play call. Number 4, though, Pred, you know it's him going on the flank. Seattle, I think they're going to be able to break this.
The timing of the pinch will be fantastic, but you get these kills, you end the game. Here we go. Pred's made his presence known. Here comes the pinch for the front side. Stay down if you're on the point. That's going to be the game plan right now for LAG. It all comes down to this last hit. Sparks finding kills, though. He's managed to make safe one of the flanks. It is now all quiet on the eastern front. Towards the west now you look, and Pred's done. So, with that gamble, it didn't pay off. You should capture A.
Yeah, it was a good try, but just good reads from LAG, who are honestly pretty quick to roam over towards this B side. They haven't cleared out bedroom just yet, but they're winning the initial gunfights, and there's number 3. Last man standing is going to be Mac. He is up top. Last time he got the 3-piece. This time, though, he's going to get gunned down. Hook is ready for it. You get a 3-stack on the point. This should go quick.
They're stacking it. They're stacking it in a big way. Sib's trying to fly forward. Accuracy's taking his time to get into the fight, and time is not what you've got right now. LAG almost looking to push the final round. Here we go. They lock it down, and from the jaws of defeat, they buy one more lifeline.
Yeah, that was so quick as well. You know, you see the flank coming through. It gets developed for the longest time from Pred over towards A, but that gets spread. They find a couple kills, and it was a much faster version of we'll leave one player to capture that old point. We need to pounce on new, and they just got all the kills. I mean, every single one falling like dominoes. Even Mac was in the spot to make the hero play, but it just gets red. So, I mean, that is incredibly well done on the attack, and I might have jumped the gun a bit too soon. A few rounds ago, LAG straight back in it. I do think it's a slightly defensive-sided map, so it is important of who actually captured more segments, get defense for the final round. And so in my mind, this will be a slight advantage towards Seattle, but obviously we've seen 2 offensive wins. It's nothing crazy.
Hey, man. Anything can happen. We're hitting A first. Here comes the capture. Seattle Surge going to have to now fast scramble over towards this point. 2-man stack for LAG. And Mac's going to start the counter-attack. Here we go.
It's more just about trapping these players in, right? And that is an interesting spawn. Mac is actually in here. Players spawn directly behind him, and I think Neptune spawned a little bit further back than usual, so thought someone was going to be nearby. Thought correctly, but all's well that ends well. 1 player on the point to capture it, buying number 5 and number 6, Arcides and Hook, all the time in the world to go on this flank. Try to clear out that side, play for some spawn kills. Obviously, Pred has been spotted. And Mac, yeah, he's not reading the full flank. He's going to fall.
Oh, my. LAG have played this round fantastically so far. Can they get on towards B? It's another gunfight that Pred wins massive. Keeps the back line safe. All eyes towards the front now as LAG wait for the numbers and try again. So far, minute 50 to play with, tons of lives.
Yeah, and you try to flank, the stun lands at your face, and that means Mac is going to be looking down for 2. Players cross, but Mac has both of them pinned in the back, and everybody else on Seattle just gets free reign on the map. I mean, just look at the position from accuracy. Keep in mind, he's on defense, and he was basically just standing in the spawn at LAG. And where he falls, it just trades back and forth across the map, but Mac on point on defense, and Sib still in position for some spawn kills.
Hook bides his time, but his chance is up. Here comes the push now from Seattle, trying to get that front line going forward. They've got themselves in position now to clear up or to force the spawns towards the top side of the map chance. This is a good look for Seattle. LAG have got a lot of work to do from this spot.
Well, there's number 1. He's been the hero for the moment. A lot of work to do, and a couple more in front of him, but dodges the nade, and honestly, it's just about buying time, but Sparta's there. They've cleared out bottom bedroom. That's step 1. Now you got to get past Pred.
Step 2, Pred's behind the bar, and he's serving up a little bit more than a tasty beverage. Who's going to hit the top side? Pred's still lying in wait. He's got Sib just behind him covering the top plat side. You have 35 seconds to get to the point. Here comes Arcides. Big win. Sib, though, finds himself 2 more. Spark from the top bedroom side. Surely now the pressure is on. Through the mid-map flow, you're going to see LAG try to make something happen, but no, all angles are covered. Spark's keeping the space safe, but you're running out of time. Here we go.
Accuracy's gonna fall though, and that means the cross is gonna be open. That is a 3 down, and Civ is the last man standing. Just like that, you get the clearance on the point, and once again, it is the stack. It'll be 3 players on, and Seattle are gonna be forced to flood.
The Gorillas are in, they're in. Hook finds another one. Third comes around a corner.
Easy.
Hook nails it. That's gonna be that. Surely now, Fred, the hero play. There's the kills from Spark, and ladies and gentlemen, take a standing bow. LAG, they pull it back 3 straight.
And Spark maybe had a little bit of something to say. Series ain't done, but I don't know what that aggression is about, but he is letting somebody know something. Maybe me for doubting him after the first 2 rounds, because that is what, 3 out of those 5 go to the offensive team. LAG delivered twice back-to-back, and I mean, it almost plays like a round of S&D in a sense, right? Like, as long as there's no one back bedroom or like top plat, and you're the team that's on the attack, it is these next set of gunfights. If you get a clean 3 down and you get the 4th as the cherry on top, like, you just stack it and it goes so fast. And they were just perfect at setting those gunfights up. I mean, Hook fried the entire time. Big 3-piece towards the end. He was helpful on clearing out the points, but I mean, that is just LAG on point. Battled back 3 rounds in a row. Gotta tip it.
I mean, this is something we're going to keep coming back to, is whether the stats matter or not. And right now, I mean, it wasn't like they were putting up tremendous numbers. Hook obviously has some great stand-up plays, 3,500 damage. But at the end of the day, you play the game, you play for the win. Massive stuff out of LAG. Highlights now across the board. Some brilliant plays here on Hotel in Control. Map number 3 was a fun one. Getting a lot of love towards those opening hits. You found a weakness there in Seattle Surge's gameplay in that final round, and LAG walked right on in, steal the restaurant point, steal A, and then it was plenty of time and plenty of lives to go for it there by B. And the last possible seconds, Charts, we get the game. The series now in our hands. We got a hard point on Hotel.
And I think maybe sort of similar to what we saw in the S&D of just like LAG finding ways to not let Seattle play their game. Like on the Outbacker Fortress Search and Destroy, it was, we know Brett is going to get the intel. He's going to make a play off of it, but they picked him apart. They first blooded him maybe 4 or 5 rounds, and that in my mind was the pretty big difference maker. And this time, whenever Seattle was behind him, it's Mac picking up the big plays. It's Pred going on the flanks. That was very problematic, but they did just a great job of containing him in the final moments of the rounds on the attack, to where instead of Pred being behind you or doing something hyper aggressive, he's forced just to like lay down in that bar area and wait. And as soon as you sort of like, you know, contain the pace of Seattle, I mean, you just pick them apart after that, and the round gets that much easier. So, I mean, maybe some pop-off plays towards the end, but LAG, they came to play.
Yeah, they certainly did. And again, there were sort of a lot of moments in Seattle Surge's gameplay there. You can see they've got a really good understanding of how control works and how the spawns work in this game and mode. Again, it's just sort of, you know, the moments there are brilliant, but LAG just sort of taking the chances and managing to work things out as a team, playing their lives very well, managing to maintain presence on the map. You have that top bedroom spot, you don't make the hit until someone's just behind you to bump forward and let you get into the play. A couple of sprees like this from Hook don't slow progress down whatsoever, but you have to tip the cap to LAG. They had a single game plan, that was get on the goddamn point, capture it, and my word, they did it. 6-5, 3-2. You can't say LAG don't like to make things exciting. Let's find out what happens now on hard point. We stay on Hotel, search and destroy for that final map, if Surge can pull out the goods here. But let's see what happens, Chance, because I'm dumb here. I'm excited, mate. We've been live for a while. It's been a long day, but the opening day here of the 2023 season has been spicy, been exciting. I'm ready to go, man. Get us in a Hotel hard point.
I mean, you know, the sooner the better for this one. And it's, I mean, I don't even want to make a prediction at this point, because I was thinking the respawn, especially after the first 2 rounds, was like clear cut Seattle. I mean, you start on the bad side on Outbacker Fortress and in effect, I mean, dominate LAG for the rest of that game. So I still, if I'm thinking about it, would like want to lean that direction, but Hook's dropping 33 out here. Sparks winning massive gunfights. So it is truly anyone's game. And obviously on a map that is very rotation heavy, where you can absolutely lock down full 60s on pretty much any hill outside of like P1, definitely not P1, but outside of that, you can make big plays. So we'll see if LAG are ready for it. Who's going to be the route man for the team?
We will find out in a brief moment. But again, when it comes down to what we call in rotations, it's essentially putting your players and putting your team in a spot to grab that hard point when it pops up early, and make sure that you've got the spawns that are closest to that hard point, so you keep that steady flow of reinforcements. Sib, once again, he's the stat man. Ski baba bada boop when it came to you know, how the series is going so far. 75 and 38, that boy is cooking, and he looks great in that New Jersey.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose, that is an absurd KD. They're down in the series, funnily enough. Dropped 16 for the L and the S&D. I didn't see what his stat line was towards the end. I think he had like 35 or something ridiculous like that. So maybe one of the guarantees in life. Death, taxes, and Sid frying. In every game mode.
Well, yeah, pretty much. Absolutely. Don't forget, friends, packs are on sale. You see the skins these players are running around with in game. You too can look as Flash while you fly around and try to get anything above a 0.1 in this game. It ain't easy, friends. Everyone's going to be absolutely We now go into the hard point. LAG, match point. Can they close out here?
And funnily enough, just one of those sort of advantages you get off spawn. Seattle, they get to the hill first on Breamberg. So just what are you going to do? One team just going to get guaranteed the first few seconds. Yeah. But I suppose in a sense, LAG will have the spawns for P2 on the right side of the map. But, you know, there's a balance to things in life. Just not hotel.
It's 5-star, baby. You got to pay for the goods and accuracy. A great force pre to start the map off. Helps his team net 21 seconds there in the opening hard point. But that time is done. Can Mac stop the flow of points now as LAG? Slight tactical retreat off the point for a second. The last sort of 18 seconds remaining here are going to be 4 over. Again, looking towards the next hard point also. That's where Surge are right now.
And this is more or less exactly what you want. If you're Seattle, you get to the hill first just because you spawn closer to the hill. You turn that into flipping spawns over towards new, and this is pretty much as good as it gets. Couldn't ask for anything more. You got Pred pushed out the deep right side of the map. You got players pushed up mid. You got Mac pushed up the bottom side. So everything is covered. It is a super deep spread across the map, and it is Pred you have to get past, and right now he is just cooking them up. LAG, there is nowhere to go.
Oh, he's tagged. No problem, though. He slowed down the flow of reinforcements now from LAG. Unable to get anywhere near the point. Finally taken care of. Here comes a lane to actually get in, and Hoop takes the advantage. Opens the door. Sib slams it right back in the face of LAG. Neptune on the flank, though, isn't going to amount to much. No, Sib, Jiminy Crickets. It's a 6 spree, and he's got full streaks.
Yeah, I don't know if Mac just fed Sid that information, or if he heard him, or if they just counted out, and that was good comms, but that is a nice little moment. We're now trying to chain it. Pred, not quite by himself, but he's a little bit lonely. It'll be Mac the next in line, but he's going to fall as well. So Seattle trying to make some big plays on this rotation. And honestly, the big plays going to continue. LAG, nice recognition on that. As soon as number 8, Spart, spawns up, he gave the call to his teammates who immediately started to turn around. So they know there's players in the back.
Holy dooly.
And why do you aim down the sights? There's no need.
From the hip, or rather from the elbow, as Hook there prone nails the tags. Coverage there from RC's the outside. Kitchen looking very, very safe right now. Sid, accuracy, fighting the way forward. Here comes the timed hit. Beautiful work. They both get their kills. That's going to be the break. Seattle Surge.
And Vaznev's a wild gun, right? I mean, Hook's popping Betty, he scores the hip fire it, and he just fries accuracy like it's a normal gunfight. I'm thinking close range against Civ with the M4. Hook's got this for sure. Nope, not in the slightest. Absolutely gets destroyed, so can't always predict the gunfights in this one, and Neptune and Spart maybe on the bad end of those gunfight predictions. Now a combined 5 and 16. Trying to get things going. In the first hill, really, LAG have an opportunity to try to lock down a decent bit of time. Should have trophies out, have good map coverage, have Hoop pushed up into bedroom. It's pretty much all you want.
No lead is safe in Modern Warfare 2, though, especially in hardpoint. So, however good things are looking right now for Seattle Surge, this ain't over yet. 12 and 5 out of Sib, though, as you said, death taxes and frying in respawn. Your boy's on it. 5 spree there for Pred, as he's also getting things going. There's the 2 young'uns. Newest additions to the CDL for this roster are looking fantastic so far.
And now I'm seeing the M4 at range, and I'm like, yeah, that's going to win against the Vaznev, and then Neptune just guns him. So again, these predictions, not easy. Good luck with your bets this year, but as far as betting for the final 25 seconds of this hard point, LAG down heftily in this game. Basically get the full 60 and at least chop away at the lead. Obviously, though, still a long way to go, and Pred from the top broke triple positive for the moment. Again, to the surprise of no one, him and Sib are frying.
Your table's up now in the restaurant in a few seconds. See how Surge will be eating away at these hard point seconds. Time's up. Lamar can't win it all, though. Is actually taken care of. Neptune through the corner, and the old cheeky crawl on your belly. We're going to see lots of that this year in NW. Pred wins another. Flying forward. Neptune, though, on a bit of a spree himself, now comes down to Sib. 16th kill of the match so far. Chance 40 seconds on the point.
And RCD is also, funnily enough, is like kind of behind the entire team right now. But how many can he get along the way? Only one just gets dropped back. That spidey sense was tingling. And again, I said pretty much every hill outside of P1 can get held for a full 60. And right now, Seattle doing their Sunday best in Sim with the beamer. Every direction, it just doesn't matter. And him and Matt working together for RCs, I feel like there's almost nothing you can do. Or maybe the need to take down Sid, but it's just Matt next in line, man. Dancing everywhere around the diner. It takes so much to kill these players on the surge.
Hard work. I mean, RC's getting in the habit now of just aiming lower, and everyone seems to be prone at nearly every moment of every game and every fight. Over to the rooftop, just above the parking lot area now. We're going to see how the LAG players can now fight their way forward. Seattle Surge in full control. Let's see how the break goes. We'll listen in with LAG.
Back left. And back right. Back left, dude. Back right. Yeah, back right. Back right kitchen. Back right kitchen.
How much shot, bro?
Yeah. Front help. Try to get front hill, dude.
Yeah, I'm coming. He coming front. Coming, guys.
Top left, glass.
Yeah,
It's two.
Pick it up. Yep.
I don't see anything cutting mid.
27 seconds. It's a good time. Go.
I got needed.
Cut off.
One shot.
Rotate off on. Rotate.
So there. I'm trying to nade it.
I'm going to the right.
Stop bed, I think.
Top. I got naded. I got naded.
Let's go straight and you pinch cross steps.
I have the right cut off.
I have
the right cut off.
We can bring the shit back.
Yeah, we can. 100%. Yeah, one full.
I spawned
spot. You're right, stop.
He's nerd.
Should I help you nerd out? I'm watching bed head through.
Gonna be light.
Could be lobby or curve.
Yeah,
I'm going lobby. He's bricks.
I saw him. Nice.
Stop two. I'm missing Lamar and Mac. Okay.
He's bricks again.
Yeah, I'm holding left.
Bricks again.
They're gonna work out one.
Okay, bricks set.
Left on me.
Last guy is mid heady.
Yeah, top glass.
Yeah, I think. Yeah, he's gonna be top cat.
He's top cat. Top cat got me. I think he wants that top cat. You wanna work the right? You wanna work the
nerd got me. Okay. They're couching nerd.
I spawned cat.
Couching nerd heavy. Okay.
Are you nerd?
I'm cat.
That one's not him. It's Fred. Could be lobby or something.
He's top cat. Walk top bid.
Back right hill.
Absolute back right hill.
I got needed.
Top cat walk.
Top cat walk. He's long through. He jumped down. He's looking. He's in between like the.
I'm playing for the skittle.
I'm playing for the skittle.
Yeah, you got shit.
No, it's not a bad situation whatsoever in terms of the comms for LAG. They're doing everything they can to keep this game alive, and no sign of any sort of deflation when it comes to the 217-80 plus scoreline we're seeing.
No, I mean, you're right. I suppose that's a good sign in a sense that like you're keeping the vibes flowing, like trying to keep the comms like very like they're not as depressed as you'd think for being down by 120 points.
Because they're goddamn professionals. There's no crying, there was no tears, no nothing. It was just I'm trying to do this. Let's get this happening. I mean, I'm with it. LAG not out of the woods yet. They're in trouble. P2's up and accuracy's on ahead.
Yeah, and it's just. I mean, the hard point. This is just a little bit tough, and the choppiness of the gameplay as well.
So what's happened?
Super not ideal.
Well, according to accuracy's face, everything seems to be fine. That might have just been an issue on the observer side, which is good. So still 10 seconds now for the win. Seattle, one more big hit, trying to make their way forward, and accuracy. I'm stealing this spot. My God, there's the lineup for Sib. There's the kills, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a game 5. Here we go.
First 100-point club of the year, yeah?
You know it. Massive work out of Surge. Massive work.
Yeah, and it's when like the power rankings come out, when the teams scrim, obviously it's the majority respawn. Like obviously, especially towards the start of the year, S&D is getting scrimmed, but not nearly as much. Especially 2 series or 3 series a day, depending on the team, of just respawn. And I know LAG off the rip for like the coaches polls and whatnot were towards the bottom of the power rankings. Their S&D looked great. Their control, they brought it together. But hardpoint, we have identified as a potential problem. 100-point club in one sense. They got beat by 125 on Albagger Fortress when they started on the good side. And I mean, Spart was very aggressive towards his camera after the control. And I think the camera might have gotten a little bit of revenge, maybe blinded him in that game. 9-21. Least damage. Not ideal.
We've easily identified. I mean, I'm no doctor, but there's a problem here. LAG not exactly bringing the thunder in hardpoint, but so far they've got the ice in search and destroy, and they've got the ice in control as well. Now, the scary thing is that you go to another search and destroy. Game 5, the first of the 2023 season is upon us now. We're staying on hotel, and hey, if you're a betting man, which, hey, it's up to you. You could be. This is going to be an exciting one indeed. We're going to go to a quick commercial break. When we come back, the final match of the day, Hotel Search and Destroy. We'll be right back. Ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for Game 5. Seattle Surge, Los Angeles Guerrillas in our run-up towards Major 1. The 2023 season may only be 1 day old, but holy dooly, ladies and gents, is it full of surprises and fun and games so far. Sib continues to put on a maybe historic look at his stats so far in this series. The boy's cooking. The rest of the squad have managed to force themselves into a Game 5 situation. However, LAG have had the ice, not only in the search, but in the control in those final dire moments. Chance, what in the name of all things sacred are we about to witness here on Hotel?
That's super good question. I think Hotel is like a much more diverse map when it comes to like strat opportunities when you're talking about Search and Destroy, at least compared to like Outback or Fortress. So I think the game plan it seemed like LAG really had going into it sort of seemed like just playing off Pred of like, we're going to do normal stuff, but we know once there's enough information coming through, Pred's going to try to do something. So I think Seattle will have like that type of idea as well going forward, but like Pred has like 37 different options to work with now. So it'd be an interesting little battle between these two teams, I'd say. And I think LAG is going to be a fun team to watch in S&D as well. Cause again, Spart always super solid in S&D, who can fry at every game mode. He's a world champion. Mw2 is one of the grinders in S&D, even in the off season was grinding like the Cold War Childs as well. And obviously we saw Arcides. I mean, he wins his ones. So it's going to be a fun team to watch. They've had the ice, and we'll see if they can follow that up for a nice little Game 5 win to start the year.
I mean, the Los Angeles Guerrillas continue to prove, their worth in Search and Destroy. Of course, it was the world record set for most consecutive Search and Destroy wins that got them towards that Major 2 victory in the Vanguard season. And hey, man, who can spot were a part of that one? You add Arcides to the roster, only a good thing. And Mw2, since diving ship quite literally from Halo over towards the Call of Duty world in Cold War, I mean, you called it, mate, grinding. I mean, putting in the hours. Not only has he had some sensational teammates alongside him to help bolster that knowledge, but he really does have a very strong work ethic, as we can see. A lot of late night VOD sessions, a lot of late night grinding up early hours playing Search and Destroy with all sorts of people. See if they can put all that hard work and practice to the test now that it matters most in this Game 5.
And a fun team to watch as well, because all three of these guys like going together. But I know that's a lot for LAG. I think a bigger question is Sib about to drop one of the most absurd stat lines of all time?
Maybe.
For an L though, because like that could happen. Because this dude has to be like well beyond a 2.1.
Not for the L.
105 kills in a series, and obviously this game plays out different than Vanguard. But if you're getting 100+ kills in a full series, I mean that's phenomenal. That was like a semi-rare occurrence last year. And again, different game. Who knows what the stats are going to turn out to be. But like, obviously, the dude is frying.
Well, another thing as well, once we, the punditry going into this game, we didn't expect to see that many kills in a hard point, just given how solid setups are. Most teams are trading out, perfect 60s. Games don't last long enough for you to get anywhere near sort of like that many kills in a series. This boy is working his ass off to find these kills. Was it 15 or 16 in the Search industry as well?
I'm thinking about it now. How many players on LAG didn't get 16 kills on the Hotel Hardpoint?
Jesus!
He's doing that on Fortress S&D, so like...
Unbelievable!
Look, he's having a good series. That's all I'm saying. And I want his M4 class.
Yeah, I'm going to be in the DMs in moments, quite frankly, just to find out what the hell he's running on that bad boy. But all talk aside about historic plays, whether he wins it or loses it, it is certainly an unbelievable stat line to this matchup with. Stats don't mean everything, but holy, it's pretty good so far. We'll find out, though, as we get into this Hotel Search and Destroy Game 5 in a brief moment. But Chance, I mean, these are record numbers, but for the L, tough. I mean, all that really tells us, though, is Seattle Surge have certainly got the firepower. It's just that sort of precision they need to really close out, the more objectively heavy game modes.
Absolutely. And I think, again, just sort of tailing the point from the earlier Search and Destroy and say on like the Seattle theme of like, I don't know what the default really is on Hotel. I know at the start of the year when you were using the smoke grenades, it's smoke out the A bomb, bait out a couple grenades. If you have a trophy, throw that and just go for the bomb plant. But with no smokes, it's a tougher call. Both bomb sites can get utilized, opportunities to push through the middle of the map. Sib could potentially pull out the sniper on one side. I don't know who the sniper would be for LAG. Either Spart or Arcides would be my guess, but I think, it's honestly a toss-up between the two. So that'd be a fun question as well.
Yeah, we'll see. I mean, we saw Spark running it on Fortress for a spell. I mean, he didn't actually hit the snipe, so he used pistol side it, but that's a possibility. We've seen Arsty snipe in the past. We know Daddy Alec. Yeah. You know, he's a dangerous man with the big gun in hand. I mean, you can throw it to Hook. I would not doubt that the Nuke can hit a shot or two. I've seen that boy play Halo, and let me tell you, heads are a thing of beauty when he takes care of them. But we've got a moment before we get into this matchup again. We're nearly there for the final map of the day, and what a day it really has been. We thank you, Call of Duty fans, for sticking out with us through thick and thin, through, you know, bugs and glitches and all sorts to get to the end of this day. And we promise you a wild and crazy season throughout the remainder of this, what feels like a very short year already. Can't believe it. It's not even 2023 yet, technically, and we're already rock and rolling.
I mean, honestly, it was about time. That felt like a long off season for me. So the sooner we start, the better. But it'll also be a fun first day of like wild results. I don't think many people predicted Minnesota to beat Optic. And obviously no one predicted it would be the way it happened. But like, that's an interesting start to the year. I'd say for this one, it could be like a narrative flip as well of like, I think most people probably had Seattle either top 4, like in the 4th or 5th spot, but definitely towards the top of the league. I think the expectations for LAG were sort of like in the 10th or 11th spot.
Yeah.
And if they come out and just get a first win to like kick off the year, maybe even a new contender for like the 2-3-5 sort of a strat that they were rolling with when they got their tournament win as well. So always a dangerous team. If your teams that are at the bottom or where they're expected to be are taking teams at the top all the way to a game 5 and maybe even get that win, I mean, who the hell knows what we're going to see this year?
Hey, also don't forget, you know, Atlanta FaZe bottom of the league right now. Unbelievable.
True.
Unbelievable.
True. Absolutely true.
Bottom,
Forgot
dead
about that
last.
one.
It's facts. This is facts for now. Absolute facts. But hey, shout out to Boston for coming out and taking care of business. That was an incredibly impressive series as well. Madness, utter madness. Search and Destroy game 5 on its way. But honestly, just enjoying postulating about how nuts this season could be already. And what the hell is it going to look like at Major 1? Because don't forget, Challengers players are going to be there as well. Challengers teams going to be involved in that bracket because it is essentially a pro-am. So it's hitting the fan, boys and girls. What I'm trying to say is if you aren't already going to Raleigh, try to book that ticket. Try to get involved. I know ticket sales are flying off the shelves because we have COD Mobile and we have the Code Bowl taking place here as well. All sorts going to be happening. Tons of creators are going to be there. It is going to be a mad event. If you can't make it, do be sure to dive in and watch it from home. Tickets are on sale. The Raleigh Convention Center there, of course, December 15th to 18th. All possible to make your way there as well. I'm sure hotels are available, but it is going to be dumb lit, as the kids say. Can't wait to see how that one goes down and how different the game will look, Chance, in 3 weeks' time? Because think of all the information we've already learned from today. All the practice in the world doesn't matter. Once you bring it to the actual game, once you bring it to league matches, that's really where the learnings are. That's where the success is found. We're going to apply all that, tried and true methods, go out the window. Everyone has to level up their game. By the time Major 1 rolls around, it should look like a totally different, matchup. Every one of these matchups totally different.
100%. Even just the fact that like matches play different than online, because like it isn't just like ours as casters expectations of things like Outbacker Control being defense sided. Boston comes out and just wins both of their offensive rounds, and even coaches and players from other teams will be like, what is going on? Like, that's not a thing at all. Like, I haven't won a round on offense in weeks, and these guys do it twice in a match. So like matches are just different environments where weird things can happen, and now you're doing it on LAN, and even more intense environment. And I just, who knows how many little nerdy things have been in this game that already players are starting to discover. They're just like little things that teams are like, ooh, this works. Let's never do this again in scrims, and just wait for like whatever match where we need this moment. So I think we're still very much on the precipice of understanding this game and sort of what its final form is going to be. So a lot to learn, and I would say a lot to learn even for Bringberg Hotel. Again, a diverse amount of strats you can have. I don't know if there's going to be one standard go-to, but I think these are going to be two very interesting teams to watch and Search and Destroy, if we ever get there, to see what they're bringing to the table.
I like to think about all the sort of lost secrets that die when a game ends and don't get used at champs, because the perfect opportunity didn't arise, I mean, that's what we saw that with Celium and Shotzi sharing the secrets towards the end of Vanguard. I mean, God have mercy on the souls of the players who are still running wages and challenges on those games, because I can't even imagine all the sort of dirty little nooks and crannies you could find yourselves in, all the wallbang spots. Again, even the stuff that players have already learned now that they're holding on to. And if we potentially play this game for 2 years, the hell is it going to look like in Season 2 when everyone's throwing like a nade off one wall that bounces off 7 other places, appears in the spawn, and bang, you're 3 down. Bang!
Okay, that might be too far, but maybe you'll get to the point where like, do you remember what like TSD was doing on Hotel, for example?
Oh, Jesus.
Where you can sit like top bedroom and you can shoot players in kitchen off of the A bomb or the B bomb. I know the control point's the A point. Whatever bomb is in this site, you can shoot through like 37 different walls and just shoot through like butter. So you're exactly right. There's a lot of potential within this game to break things in very particular ways to look for that extra competitive edge.
There's nothing we love more as players than to subvert the way the game's meant to be played for our own nefarious needs. Can't wait to see all the twisted and horrible things that you guys come up with in the chance to, chase glory. Why are you rubbing your face? It's going to be great,
Two different kinds of players. I mean, you're looking forward to that. I'm just thinking about like, I just shoot people. Like, you're the player that looks at loots on the map and like takes everything in. I just shoot people. Like, it's not.
We are not the same.
I'm not that deep.
We are not the same. You never run around, find stuff. Love to do that. Love to do that. All those little angles, all those strange little things, places where you can slip, cruise missiles through if there's no trophy there. I hope that changes. I really do. I think something's wrong with the lobby, guys. I think it's safe to say something's wrong, but we'll find out in a moment and hopefully get into this game 5. We saw the LAG players a moment ago doing the best they can to keep their hands warm. Again, Search and Destroy seems to be their go-to here. Close game abound if you're a betting man or gal. We'll see what happens, though, as game 5, Hotel, sticking it through, is hopefully just around the corner on the horizon. But, hey, man, what a day it's been. What a crazy day, Chance.
I still can't believe Boston beat Atlanta FaZe, especially in the way that they did as well. Because like beating him is one thing, like tip the cap, brand new team, start of the year. I think Atlanta FaZe has lost their opening match the past like 3 years in a row. So like, it happened, but just dude, those offensive rounds honestly will drive me insane. I don't think we're ever going to see that again. I think we actually witnessed the very first control map of the year is the most impressive one we're going to see the entire year, or for the 2 years that we have this game, if that's what it's going to be. And that's how we open things up.
Maybe. A lot of the professional players and coaches on the timeline saying I haven't seen too many of those wins, and now we saw 2 in a single game. That may be the only time we see it. Time will tell, though. Indeed, as today has been full of true shocks and surprises. But we are slowly but surely writing what will be a very memorable league and a very memorable season here in the CDL. We thought Vanguard was crazy. Strap in, friends. This one's going to go all the way. And again, Scump's final season as well. So whatever happens in terms of the other teams, that will be one of the major talking points throughout the year without a shadow of a doubt. So all happening here in the CDL, friends, truly all happening. And again, we'll see what the hell happens. But as far as we know, guys, I haven't got an update on where the lobby's at, but I presume something quite serious is taking place here. This must be either a dev error or just getting players in the lobby. Not a clue, bro.
Someone forgot to bring their ID, couldn't get past the front desk, so like
That's
you gotta
true.
like go back to the airport, pick it up, get your things, and like now you got to carry around all the luggage, and that's as far as I can go with hotel related jokes.
I've just received word that everyone's stuck at the Santa Sena border crossing. No one has been able to get through customs.
Yeah.
There appears to be a traffic jam. That's why we're waiting for that. Everyone's just making their way here now. That's right. Even though we're staying on hotel.
I forgot about that map, if I'm being honest. I really did.
Why?
I've been grinding the mosh pit.
How could you forget about that map?
Well, it's burnt into my memory, but like I've been grinding the mosh pit for the past 2 days that we've had it, and I've probably played maybe 50 or 60 games. So I'm stuck in CDL land, no more border crossing for me.
We did forget the border crossing. Yeah, there is a lobby issue, guys, and hoping to get that resolved ASAP. Forcing the players in, it's like trying to wrangle sheep, maybe, who knows? But we're almost there, guys. We're almost there. But Charles, any sort of wild takeaways from today? Actually, you know what? Screw that. Let's go to a break.
be selected by the rest of the league to a top 10 list in a year I didn't really feel like I had the top performance I could have had is a pretty good feeling.
When you say Kleenex, I think hard carry.
Kleenex, he was my teammate on Ultra. He's out of his mind. That kid does some things that you're just like, how did you just do that? And why did you do that? He's really improved, and he's like a really smart, aggressive SMG.
My God, Kleenex, the tissue is an issue.
Kleenex's biggest trait
on the map is his speed. Definitely the pace he sets.
He's a fast player. He's very smart. I guess a good word is ratty. He's very methodical when he plays, and he's a talented player, and his career is going to go a long way.
Doing everything they can to hold down this remaining 30 Kleenex.
When I first think of RCDs, I think of someone I really respect as a player and as a person, and the biggest thing I would take away for RCDs as a teammate is just his ability to lead. He's a big reason for our Cold War success, you know, the amazing season we had, and I feel like people didn't really give him the gas he deserved for that season.
It's the championship for FaZe!
A turret with good comms. Like, if a kill streak could speak, is him, bro.
He's really good in high-pressure situations where he can just make the right play.
RCDs has to be the hero for them. Has to be the hero. It's good octane that we possibly lining up. There's one.
There is times where you talk about it and you're like, what did we do wrong this map? It's like, we didn't do anything wrong. He just popped the piece on us.
Team player, he just does what it takes to win.
Whatever needs to be filled type of player, so huge respect for that guy.
RCDs, he is daddy.
First thing comes to mind, I think Sib, straight shooter. Definitely one of the straightest shooters in the league. He doesn't miss.
Sib, top 2 AR in the game. The main role of an AR is to get kills, and he does that very well.
Gonna take a lot more than that to kill Sib. 9 now in a row.
He's on a power position. You know, he competes with the likes of Dashy and Celium and RCDs, and you know what I mean? Like, so if he gets in those good positions, he's very consistent.
I don't know, he kind of plays like me sometimes. He's just like a gunny, ego child type of player. Gonna take the first gunfight he can take, and he's really confident in it, so.
His confidence is his strength, to be honest. Like, it shows in-game and out of game.
Just chows everything. He just runs around. Like, he's really, really good at playing God. So it's just annoying, sorry.
As he's growing, he's just becoming more well-rounded, but I would definitely say his raw talent is his biggest strength.
Another massive victory there from Sib.
It feels amazing, especially like to be picked from your peers because they're your competition and they're probably the biggest or the most credible critics you can get.
What comes to mind is why the was he running an AR for so long? I mean, he was so good with an SMG and everybody told him to run an SMG. He takes out the SMG to win a world championship.
As a sub player, he is really good at communicating up front. He gets super in the moment. The crowd's going, lights are going. He's popping 2 pieces and still telling you they're spawning here, they could be here. Like, that's a big difference between a decent team and a great team.
When I hear Kenny, I just think about last year and that crazy bounce back that he had. That was extremely impressive.
He became more comfortable. Everyone around him became more comfortable. You know, whenever that happens, it's like a win-win for everyone.
Overall, they kind of just had our number LAT as a whole towards the end, but I feel like Kenny did a really big job of kind of stepping up for the team. I mean, he was back-to-back MVP the last 2 events, so it kind of just shows like how much work he was putting in and how much effort he put in to really get better.
I feel like I started the season out pretty good, and then like the middle of the season, I had some rough patches, but I think ending the season out like this was kind of like the cherry on top.
And imagine if you're Kenny right now, back-to-back MVPs. He is him, man.
Fred, I call him Alfred. We just talk crazy when we play 2K. He's just calling us bins, we're trash, yada, yada, yada.
I mean, that kid just took the league by storm. He came in and had probably one of the best rookie seasons you'll ever see. If you ask everybody around the league, he's far and away one of the top SMGs in the game.
Probably the best sub of Vanguard. He knew every single timing, he knew where to be, he knew when to play slow or fast, and he kind of just, he had it perfected by the end of the season. He was frying everybody.
I think similar to Kleenex, he kind of has like that play style where he's just super ratty.
Teammates tell him don't get the hill, just run around, really get in their face and be a complete nuisance to them and like make them have to worry about you at all times.
Always trying to get behind you, spawn kill you, just I guess play a little cheesier if that makes sense.
Cheeser. You know, there's a lot of old head people who they don't like the snake or they don't like to abuse the slide cancel mechanics. He's the complete opposite, and he flanks everything. He's just a pest. He's just annoying. You just see the confidence just flowing through him.
I think Pred had a really good Vanguard season, but I definitely don't think that's his peak. I feel like that's just the start.
When he goes off, he lets you know he's going off. He'll get up, he'll scream at you.
The Pred flex is awesome. Like, I think it's hilarious.
He's Jack, so like you gotta let him know.
Am I a fan of the Pred flex? No, I want to slap him across his head every time I see it.
I don't look at what he does when he celebrates.
He just feels like God on the stage. You can tell he's just like...
So anything to not be boring, I support. You know what I'm saying? These people are more than just COD players, you know?
He's up and Pred delivers.
Yeah, Shotzi is terrible, dude. Probably one of the most overrated players in the league. Nah, but seriously, Ants obviously. I mean, his movement's the best in the league. The kid does some things that shouldn't be done. He's like Spider-Man, so I'll give him gas this one time only.
He's a glitch.
He's hard to, like, you know, shut down.
This guy be skating on the map.
He's the best sub in the game.
Q is just this new kid that no one ever heard of in Halo.
He made the switch into COD and just took over the scene.
Movement King, I think Finesse King.
Hey, Shotzi just dancing around the map.
And he ended up here. And he ended up there. And he ended up here. And I'm just like, bro, we lost.
Because if you don't kill him, if you don't take him out of the map, he's just going to be annoying.
Every team says when they go into playing Texas is keep track of Shotzi. If you don't keep track of Shotzi, you lose.
I kind of just like amazed, even as a teammate, just watching him. It's like something you've never seen before.
He almost plays like he's just not gonna die.
Not only is he incredible for himself, obviously getting all these kills, but he's also one of the best team players.
We're so He knew everything. He knew all the spots.
I joined a private match and this guy's running around like no care in the world. Like, he's just showing me these spots.
He like climbed up on top of a building and popped a 3-piece that no one even thought you could get up there.
He's kind of like a ninja. He's just hopping on spots I've never seen before, and
he's always gonna have like the nerdy spots.
He's doing all of his part to win, so I respect that. He's definitely one of a kind.
The guy he's obviously cracked for an AR, which is impressive because most ARs are rather slow.
The straightest shooter. I think Dashy, the straightest shooter.
Dashy with the pistol.
He was runner-up for MVP.
I think of, you know, main AR, I think Turret, and I just think one of the best players in the league.
His raw gun skill.
He does it at like a different way, but his actual just pure shooting is the best in the league.
His ability to just snap on people is crazy, but also his positioning is amazing on top of that.
When someone that talented is good positionally, it's very hard to take them out.
He takes an old formal role for me. They're super like locked down ARs.
You know, he's gonna get a lane and he's gonna lock it down.
That guy had top traits in middle map unlocked. If he was already set up there, you were not killing him there.
I mean, he's just a funny guy, obviously. You know, Dashy, I like him a lot.
One of those like upper echelon, like really talented guys that can get themselves out of sticky situations.
You know, he's not afraid to take chows. He wins the hard gunfights. He wins the unwinnables.
To get voted by your peers is I guess like the highest level of respect. It's truly an honor, so I appreciate it.
BZ is just another one of those really aggressive subs.
Hardest kill on the map.
My personal hardest kill.
The new GOAT.
I think Cracked. I think that, you know, that's my guy, that's my duo.
This is what he does! Oh no!
Just this SMG that's playing at such a fast pace, that's opening up lanes for his team.
Like Sonic, he's like a little hedgehog.
He kind of just flies, bro, like honestly.
He's just not missing, he's just flying at you, he's playing so fast.
It's a little stab, body shot! I want to see more of that. So do I!
He will pop a piece. That guy's guaranteed a piece at least.
I gotta tip it. He's one of the hardest players I've ever played against.
His role is unbelievably hard. He's going in first, he's going in with no information half the time, and he's somehow getting two.
When you want a sub, like, just to run in front of you, he's gonna just run in front of you.
I actually like playing against Abizi because that kid just loves chowing.
He wins so many ego chows and so many gunfights that you can't even say it's a bad chow because you know he's gonna win it.
He'll be running and you'll have him weak, and for some reason he'll fly at you, and sometimes he'll kill you, which is kind of filthy.
He's doing these crazy flashy plays, and it's every single map.
He's really good at what he does.
I don't know, bro. I hate it. I hate it. He kills me sometimes. I'm just like, this little kid, man, I guess.
He is like the perfect submachine gun.
Yeah, he was he's nasty.
The BZ, making it look easy.
It feels great to be able to be on this list, especially a list being voted from people you compete against. It's special.
He's like a do-it-all type player. He can use an SMG, he can use an AR, he can use a sniper. Very good positionally while also being one of the most talented.
He's got the gunny, he's got the mechanics, he's got the smarts of how to play respawn, S&D.
The great work out of the young god now brings it to a 1v1. Sim versus Krim, and he's got the clutch.
He's always like aiming at your head.
He's never easy gunfight, and he makes you work for it or you're gonna get gunned.
He's kind of ready for all gunfights.
Even though he's like that star player, he can always like be whatever needs to be like done on the map.
He's learned that I just need to be simp, and once I do that, and like I do that with my teammates around me, I'll be the best.
Simp is like Scump 2.0. I feel like he plays so similar to how Seth used to play, like, or still kind of plays.
I don't want to gas him up too much. I kind of think like LeBron NBA. Like, he can just do it all.
I feel like he's just always calm in these situations that are not calm at all.
He's definitely nasty for sure.
He has virtuoso gameplays. That's how you know he's just one of the greatest ever.
That guy's really, really good at Call of Duty.
God! Sip is a demon. Is going to be Celium. Dear God Almighty, Celium again!
When I think of Cell, I think there's about 1,000 words I could probably use to describe the guy. Overall, he's just a robot. You show him one thing, and he does it. He makes a mistake, you tell him it's a mistake, he never does it again. So good at adapting, he's so good at just being the best.
The first thing I think about when I think Cell, MVP.
MVP for a reason, and I think last year especially, he was the best player in the league.
He doesn't do bad. He doesn't have off games.
He's consistent. Every map seems like a highlight for him.
Cell is a rat, man.
Celium with the 1v4!
He is the epitome of a hard kill. Just getting him out of position is such a difficult task.
He bails his team out all the time out of sticky situations.
He's always at the right place at the right time doing the right thing.
Playing against that guy, he's different for sure. If you're not bringing your A game, he's gonna fry you.
He's always able to like play his life somehow.
If he's on point, it's not going to be easy because he's Celium.
He's the person I try to steal all his spots.
He's always in a really good, hard to kill spot, and you add the gunny to it, and then you add like, you know, some snaking to it. We can't deny that. We've definitely seen that.
That guy will snake.
He will do whatever it takes to win and can care less. If he snakes you, he doesn't care. You snake him back, he will out-snake you. You got to tip it. You can't knock it.
He's #1 in almost every single category. He did his job at the highest level. Simple as that.
Just his ability to make you laugh and just make the vibes high. Like, no one really knows MC.
He's a funny guy, like outside the game. I don't think anyone actually gets to see that side of him.
I feel like once you get to know him, like, you realize how much of like a unique character he really is.
This past season, we're about to walk on stage to play Celium. He looks at me from across the stage and goes, "I see that bulge, Zinni." The kid's got a sick way of playing some mind games, man. And I was checked out for that series, and they 3-0'd us.
It might sound like mental warfare, but to me, I think he's just having fun. Every single time I meet him, he always has something funny or positive to say. And he's one of the players over the years that I've really supported. You know, I want him to be the best that he can be. And I never say that to him, but you know, he's one of those players like that. It kind of inspires you to be better yourself. And
absolutely destroying.
He's just a good kid. I want the best for him.
Hey, what's up guys? It's Abizi here and welcome to CDL Vocabulary.
Today I will be teaching you some CDL vocabulary.
Who's ready to learn? Gunny. Okay, gunny means someone that has good gun skill, or not really good gun skill, just about someone's gunny.
Gunny means gun skill, obviously. So gunny pretty much means anything like if you want, like if you have that gun, you could chow. That's how you could say it in like a sentence, like I have that gunny, so I could chow that.
It's either they have a good gunny, or you can say they have bad gunny. Depends. It's just gunny is determining someone's gun skill.
I don't know the origin. I just feel like that's something like Former would say, like just randomly.
Someone just one day just randomly started saying gunny. I honestly don't know where it came from.
Do me or my teammates use the word gunny when we're playing? Nah. I mean, not really. I don't think.
I don't think it's really used throughout the games, like or mid game. It's more of like just when you just rewatch a VOD, maybe like, oh yeah, he has a good gunny. I think gunny is just used just right.
Alright, so fugazi basically means like that's whack, like it's kind of sketch.
Just you know, like the hell, like it's just like confusing, you know, like it's just fugazi.
You just know like something sketchy or random or crazy happened and you just move on. I don't know what the origins are, but someone that like pops in my head right away that says it a lot is Tommy Zuma.
Tommy Zuma kind of group somewhere in there.
It came from Zuma. I feel like Zuma did create this one, but I could be wrong about that. But I feel like Zuma for sure did.
My teammates don't really use the term fugazi. Maybe, you know, once every blue moon.
We use fugazi a lot, especially like random one-on-one happens or something fugazi happens. You know, you got to say it like, bro, that was fugazi.
How does he not see him in that spot?
Our team really doesn't, to be honest. I feel like it's usually only Zuma whenever he joins the team speak, like, yo, what's up guys, like he just trolls with us, you know, but I feel like he uses that word a lot. So our team really doesn't, but Zuma for sure does.
No shot is like something when you're like in disbelief, basically. You're like, wait, what? Like, no shot. It's probably like more so like something you say when you're like, you can't believe it.
There's no way that has happened. Like, I think that's what people use no shot for. I think that's something new to me as well. Where I'm from, we didn't say that. You know what I mean? It's something fugazi happen.
Wait, Alec just got turned on? No shot. Like, because you just can't believe he just got turned on, basically. That's like the best way that I can use that in a sentence. The origin of no shot, I'm honestly not sure where it came from either.
Another great question that I can't give you the answer to. I have no idea.
I'm not exactly sure where it came from, but it definitely was like...
Oh, hi, is that Game 5, Seattle Surge, LAG? Yeah, don't refresh your device. Don't do anything. Just shut up and watch the COD. Here we go.
First Game 5 of the year, and there's been a lot of firsts in this series, including what might be the first of a record for Sib of the highest KD of any series in the CDL. Dude, legit has like a 2.4. Well, ooh, we got first blood. If I cast or curse them after like an hour delay, I'm going to feel so bad that LAG right now trying to fry.
Somebody said at the start of the day that you're going to see a lot of drop shots today, and I think it was Brycey, and he was not wrong. I know he's still awake right now because he's insane, but it's a 2v3. LAG with the man advantage, 50 seconds on the clock. Neptune, that bomb in hand. We're going to beat.
They're having it's a long discussion. Do you want to deal with Pred, or do you want to deal with accuracy? And they might have chosen wrong.
Yeah, actually hasn't lagged out. He's still lying down here. He's waiting for it. And this is true patience. That's good timing. Great coverage from the nade. That bomb's getting planted.
And he popped that silence to not move a muscle. So that is typical. Pred has rejoined his teammate, though, and I got to win a bunch of incredibly difficult gunfights. And the nade actually might connect, but Spark's just going to be able to back away.
Wow.
And snake as much as he needs to.
Talk about a series of unfortunate events. I mean, brilliant timing. But here comes Pred. Deddy popped as well. The round's been going for quite some time. 25 on the clock. Gotta go. Pred, gotta go. Baby, gotta go. There's the first. Not gonna happen on the second. LAG. Opening gambit works out.
And brief recap for the series. Seattle Surge. Look, man. Cut me some slack, you know, all right, Miles? It's been a long day, all right? Recap of the series. LAG have gotten obliterated in the hard points. Clutched out a pretty impressive, honestly, hotel control. Won 3 rounds in a row, including 2 offensive rounds. And then the S&D clutched away in a 6-5 victory in spite of the fact that Sib dropped 16 on Mw2. So I would say for the fact that you just first blooded Sib, you're already feeling great about your chances. LAG continue their success in Surge.
Flying towards B. Hoop might be able to run into a couple of players. Definitely heard a footstep or two. stunned. Gunfight's there. Trades are abound as Accuracy who actually lands the first 2 kills of the round. 3!
Neptune trying to shoot his teammates too, but now he knows he's got to worry about accuracy and the ace that Pred is going to steal from him. Bounce back rounds, and again, we talked about it. I know nobody forgot the diversity of strats that you can break out on a map like Hotel. This time for Seattle, just bullying out, not completely towards the middle of the map. Obviously, a little bit of pressure over towards the dining side of things, but basically the full swarm over towards mid. Seattle get it done. You had a bit more of an oscillation strat for LAG round 1 where they're bouncing back and forth between different sides of the map, but already good stuff we're seeing between these 2 teams.
I mean, look, it's a Hotel throwdown, and it's 1-1 thus far. Good stuff out of Neptune already. 3-1. Accuracy 4-1. On that bit of a 3 spree. Not that streaks are too influential here on Hotel. There is more open spaces on the map than you would imagine on the inside. Here we go, though. A much slower look this time. Seattle surge on defense. 2 towards B, 1 mid, 1 look towards A.
And heavily right now playing for picks. Maybe a few players waiting for Dead Silence to be activated to make moves. Neptune obviously has his, and he can be ready to jump, and it is going to be the slow approach. Number 6 is actually crossed. Yeah, there you see Huke actually. Looks like he uses Dead Silence just to get across the bottom bedroom. So he's the player right now to make the play. Uses the Dead. He gets the regen and the first blood. That's what LAG needed.
Can't get away. He's so close. Couldn't get away with his life, though. Let's give him enough space to get the plant down. Sadly, 2v3. The Seattle Surge are now going to make something of this. Net pops Deddy, quick reposition, will be able to set himself up for a nice kill. Will he hear Sib? Surely does. Or unless Sib's got Deddy going, he does. Wow, 2 ships passing silently in the night. Hello. That's unfortunate. Big work out of Pred. 3v1, all down to Nep.
Yeah, take your time. You got a nade to work with as well. You got to beam the guy off bomb and then throw your tax and nades and pray you get it right. He's going to start with the nade, and that might be perfect.
Oh my God.
12 seconds left.
10 now. Max straight on it. Nep's got to go. Flies forward. Oh my God. Neptune 1v3. Wow. What a f***ing round, boys and girls.
King of the sea and king of that bomb site as well. I was thinking shoot the guy and use the nades for the second. Instead, he gets the love tap with the grenade, finishes him off, and then the stun after the fact was perfect. And I don't even think he was reading the guy to be up that close on that bar.
No.
He definitely brought the gunny reaction time on point and the Vasnev in his finest form.
With that true composure, you see how heavy breathing Nep was after that one. That was a huge round to put himself at 6-1 to get his team the lead for now, but massive composure out of a player who has received his fair share of criticism. Another round, a lot of wind in those sails.
And that's a guaranteed top 5 play of the week as well. Honestly, I think that might be the one that takes the #1 spot, but we can get to that later. As it stands now, a lot of creepy crawlers trying to work their way up towards the top, and successful to make it there. Smart, you got a player behind you.
Sneaky.
There we go.
You might have 2 in a second. Knock, knock. Do you have a minute to talk about your car insurance? No, says Spot. Absolutely not. 50 seconds left. Man advantage, LAG.
And still one more player behind enemy lines. I think there's some awareness of the fact, but they're not quite sure. Hook, though, he finds the freebie for the 1v2. And they're vaguely aware of Pred, but if they didn't know before, they certainly know now. 35 seconds, 1v1, Pred v Hook. And Pred popped Deddy, but he should know Hook was playing over towards your bar desks.
Yeah, he's over by bar 25. Got to get moving. Got to grab the bomb or find the kill on Hook. Oh my God, heads up play. You check this corner. Massive, massive round out of Hook. Heads up play from the young man. He's got Deddy, puts himself in a good spot to see all angles. And Pred, no patience, sends it straight to the grave.
Well, unfortunate timing for Pred. I think his Dead Silence ran out as soon as he got into blue, but it was also just a perfect position from Hook there towards the end. Can see the cross towards bomb, has a tight angle on the side, and there's a chance that Pred is going to check that, but even then, it's kind of close to a 50-50 gunfight because the angle Hook had, and that is just very well played. And I mean, it's one of those things. You get a 1v3, that's just a massive amount of momentum for your team, especially after a delay like that. Not hard to make your opponent tilt. We'll see if Seattle can bounce back and keep their resolve.
Yeah, that front cortex is absolutely ringing right now. Let's find out, though. Call GR&D on YouTube. Check it out. Here comes Pred. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's unfortunate. That's only going to piss you off even more, though. One thing that is annoying is big gunfights like that of Arstees. Sib's got him trailed in the corner. Max there to help out. B-bomb site all safe. Bombs going over towards A. That's where accuracy comes in, and he's still here, baby.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you know, he'll be in this spot all year. I wouldn't necessarily be surprised if you have easy tags.
Ooh, close, but no cigar. Seattle Surge back in it.
I mean, you know, every time I see accuracy, it's going to be belly down to the exact same spot, or he'll make the adjustment and play top bedroom and hold the exact same angle. But I mean, honestly, it's the perfect sort of standard spot to play. You get the cross to bomb, you can feed the intel to your teammates, and it is sort of a guarantee on the map of getting the quality information that you need. So standard stuff for accuracy, and I think he's up to about 8 kills already. Only 5 rounds deep, so he's had a solid performance on Hotel thus far in Seattle. Maybe a little bit of aggression in this round, leaning towards that B site where they've bullied out mid before. Now they're just trying to bully out Hook.
Yeah. Here comes Hook, though. Gets his corner ready. Here comes the noise. Single shot. Oh! All good, though, baby. He was on single fire, but it's not going to make a difference. He managed to get 2 out of that one. That is basically all he could ask for from Hook there. Mw2 steps up immediately. And Sib standing on the chest.
Strong lampshade. That is a strong lampshade.
Absolutely ridiculous.
Is no one checking this corner?
No one's checking corners. Seattle Surge not checking a single corner. Pred. Did he pop, though? He's going to soar. Will speed be the gift? Nope, it will not. My word. LAG. Talk about composure. That was a very, very long delay. A huge break. Their mental game has not waned. They're looking good so far.
And that's a couple awkward moments, right? For Hook accidentally switching his gun to single fire. Like, that's happened to me a few times, but in a CDL match, that is not ideal. But he delivers, turns that into 2. But also, it was the exact same corner. They got used twice. And, you know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, won't get fooled again. I think we got to learn from our mistakes in that situation. But Seattle just not quite ready for the kitchen hit. So no success over towards B on the attack. And it looks like if B is the play call, we'll see if LAG could maybe take a turn or maybe just play for picks again. They're consistent with sort of this 2-2 split.
It has worked. I mean, it's 4-2. They're blasting through this game 5. Much heavier presence towards the A side of the map now for Seattle Surge. Here comes the check. Prez just on the outside of the bar. Players all around him. Here we go. We're committing to the site. We're committing to the play. LAG flying forward. Pred with a tactical retreat. Getting ready for the fight. Here we go.
Oh, and they're able to catch him out as well. Nice first blood pickup for Arceus, who delivers with 2, the island player. We talked about it, how Slasher loves to do it. Well, Arceus succeeds as well. And now poor Sib have 3 players dancing around him, but he can hear what's about to happen.
He can only hear some of it. 2 of them are dead just before they got in there. Here comes the door crack. He's by the fridge. Ice cold in the game. Less than 30 on the clock. You've got 2 players left to take care of. Oh my God. Mw2, what a hotel he's having so far. And that is unbelievable. Seattle could not get anything right that round.
Yeah, no, that is an S&D grinder right there in Mw2. You know, we talked about how Seattle not quite checking all the deep corners when they're going in towards kitchen. And granted, for that specific corner, not fun to check because you're worried about the deep angles as well. But Mw2 certainly prepared. Guess is correct. And I mean, just sniffs them out. Dude, how often do we see players and teams when they're clutching 1v3s like Mw2 have earlier and end up losing the map somehow? I feel like it's just such a momentum boost for your team, but don't want to cast or curse anything. I hope I didn't just do it in this moment. 5-2 lead. LAG just need 1 more.
It's a delight. Match point, LAG. Search and destroy been their bread and butter. It was much closer earlier in the day. Here in the game 5, they're walking away with it on Hotel. Spark, it's up. And it could have been absolutely outrageous, but Arstees will land. The bomb has been planted, though. Surge getting absolutely battered over by the bar and in the wrong possible way. Spot didn't check the corner. Oh my God. No! Oh! Shut it off. Get a face cam up there or something. He's giving him the bag. He's giving him the knife. It is all wrong. They're defusing the bomb. Sweet Christmas. It's too early in the season for this sort of shenanigans. The headsets are off, and my God, LAG have done it.
And good God, I mean, Sparks over here, he's flipping off the camera after map 3. He gets slammed in a hard point and bounces back with the gunny like that. Sid nearly breaking records of top KD in a series. Who cares? You took an L. And LAG, who I think most people had at 10th or 11th in the power rankings before the year, well, they win their first match. They pull off the Neslo, Miles. They got it done in the 2-3-5.
Well, that was a ridiculous way to finish it out, but the 2-3-5 word to Neslo. That is our series, our last series of the day, closed out. GG's LAG, Seattle Surge. Again, a tough delay to work with there, and I'd be out of the lobby too. But wow, a fast one. But son of a... that was a tough way to close out the map for Surge. Mental game certainly needs a little bit of rework there. They fell apart on Hotel in the final moments. Not an easy thing to do, but hey, LAG, they stayed strong the whole way through. And you know what? The last time we had a huge delay, LAG were the team to remain strong in game. They came out swinging. I can't remember who it was against. It might have been Atlanta FaZe, it might have been Surge. But the last time there was a huge delay chance, someone's going to have to fact check me on this. LAG, major delay, straight back into the game, smoke them in game 5. It has happened before. It may happen again, but that's your series.
I mean, hey, frustrating day to be sure for, I suppose just CDL fans like generically, but in the end, a couple teams are going to walk away very happy with their day one performance. LAG on that list, Boston as well. And I'd say LAT took care of business in their series and just weirdness as well for the fourth one that will not be mentioned. But I don't know, cool stuff. LAG again, the hard point, definitely not ideal, or maybe Seattle is just truly that gross in the game mode, but they had the resolve and the control, had 3 back-to-back rounds, 2 of which were on offense on Hotel. And the S&D, I mean, it's pretty clean because I think Seattle honestly played Albagger Fortress S&D pretty well. LAG just consistently had the answers. RC's had a couple nice clutches. And speaking of the clutch, I mean, Neptune's 1v3, without question, a top 5 player of the week.
It's not only that, it's our scuff play of the game, ladies and gentlemen. An insane finish. The 1v3.
Wow, I didn't realize how close Pred was.
Yeah, nade over the top. And Sib, he's been stunned. See you, brother. And immediately Mac again. The second time round so close. This was huge out of Neptune. Balls of steel.
And actually, so he might have known exactly where Sib was instead of just like basing off the reaction time. As soon as the stun hits, maybe that was the expectation. Maybe not. I don't know. But I know Neptune's movement is ridiculous. This is the guy hitting like the Superman dolphin dive, launch yourself on Albagra. He had some weird stuff hopping off the bomb earlier as well. So, I mean, again, that is an S&D grinder and a half. And obviously makes the big play there. Shows off a little bit of the movement. And LAG starting their year off right.
Unbelievable. Well, we're going to take a quick look at the schedule now for tomorrow's matches because, hey, this weekend is far from over. It's not over the weekend yet. Or actually, maybe in the part of the world where you may be watching. But the schedule for tomorrow, friends, more Call of Duty League action here in the 2023 season coming your way. First up, it's the battle of the purple teams. It's the battle of the North. It's Rocker versus Ultra, followed swiftly by the Subliners versus the Ravens Transatlantic Throwdown. Then Surge will take on Boston Breach. And the final match of the day, Vegas Legion going up against the Florida Mutineers. Coast-to-coast action there all day long. Another 4-game banger here in the CDL. Next, Sunday, same thing actually. Non-stop matches as we get ready to dive into Major 1. Chance, what a day, man. What a day.
What a day indeed. Day one of the brand new year in the books. And I think we hit a bunch of, it was a day, Miles. It was a day. I got to say that Minnesota versus Toronto match tomorrow, top of the show as well. Incredibly excited for. It is the Toronto Ultra of old. They go their separate ways, the nice little 2-2 split. And I think that makes the